Hey there, my name is Antonio, and in this video I'm going to show you how to create a powerful Netflix clone using some of the latest tech trends. We're going to be using React for our frontend, Next.JS for our server-side rendering, Tailwind CSS for our styling, Prisma as our data abstraction layer, MongoDB for our storage needs, NextAuth for authentication, and to top it all off, we're gonna learn how to deploy all of that on Vercel. And if that wasn't enough, we will also be using TypeScript and make the entire website fully responsive across all devices. So if you're ready to learn some new skills, then let's get started. Alright, so I just want to show you a quick overview of the functionalities which we will have in the app. So first of all, we have the credential login. This login works if you have registered using your username, email, and password method. After that, we are greeted with our profiles. Our profiles are automatically generated once we register. Once we visit the homepage app, we are loaded with a random movie in this component we will call Billboard, which is the same thing that Netflix does as well. Below that, you can see a list of trending movies, which is basically loading movies from our database. We can hover over these movies and we have a really cool Netflix-like effect. And from here, we can add them to our favorites, just like that. And then below that, we have a list of our favorites. We can also use this little chevron down button to open up a modal that shows more information about the movie. And from here, we can also remove it from the favorites. We can also trigger the same modal from the more info button right here. And we can also finally watch the movie. On top of that, everything is fully responsive. And I will also show you that we have implemented a Google OAuth login. So right now it used my email. Great. So in this part of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to initialize Next.js and Tailwind, which is going to be crucial for our styling. So go ahead and open up your terminal and write npx create next app -- TypeScript. It's going to ask us what is your project named. In my case, it's going to be Netflix-clone. In your case, it can be whatever you want. It's asking us whether we want to use slint with this project. For that, I'm going to keep the default yes. For the source directory, I'm going to keep the default no. Same for the app directory, default no. For the import alias, I'm not going to write anything. I'm just going to press enter, and that's going to default to this @ sign right here. Once you get the success message right here, I'm just going to go ahead and open my newly created folder. So Netflix-clone, open this app in your VS Code, and you should get something like this. So you should have the pages folder, you should have the public folder, styles, etc. So just to get this running, I'm going to open the terminal one more time. And this time, I'm just going to write npm run dev. And as you can see, we got the message saying server started on localhost 3000. So right here, I'm going to write localhost 3000. And as you can see, I'm greeted with Next.js welcome screen. Beautiful. So I'm going to close this terminal for now. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clean up this project so it's an empty state for us to work with. So open the pages folder, and for now, you can remove the document file entirely. You can go into index.js, and you can remove everything except the main function, like this. And for now, you can just write Netflix clone in a header element. And you can also remove this inter. You can also remove all of the imports, just like that. And you should get a page similar to this one. Next thing we're going to clean up is the styles folder. So we no longer need the home.module.css. So go ahead and remove that and enter globals.css. You can just select all and remove as well. And you should be greeted with something similar to this. And just to show you how easy it is to work with Next.js, in this pages folder, I'm going to create a new file called test.tsx. And inside, I'm going to create a new small component called myPage. And this component is going to return an h1, which is going to say hello new page. And we're going to export default myPage, just like that. And since we added this file inside our pages folder, you can actually go into localhost 3000-test, and just like that, we have our first route. You can go ahead and delete this. I just wanted to demonstrate you how easy it's going to be to work with Next.js. And now we're going to set up Tailwind. So I opened up a documentation here. Don't worry, we're going to type out everything together. I just want to make sure you see this as well. So I'm going to go back into my terminal right here. And for now, I'm going to close this npm run dev, and we're going to run this. So npm install -D Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. Great. Once that is done, we're going to run npx tailwind css init-p. Great. And I'm going to close the terminal for now, and I'm going to see what new files we have. So first of all, we have tailwind.config.js, and we also have postcss.config.js. Don't worry, you don't have to learn any new languages here. For now, just open tailwind.config.js file, and we're just gonna write this right here. So we are not using the source directory, if you remember from our setting up project. So enter your content and just write exactly what's written here. So app dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk dot curly braces js comma ts comma jsx comma tsx. And I'm just gonna copy that 3 times, this time for pages and this time for components, just like that. We're gonna leave the theme and plugins the way they are right now. Now we're gonna open this sidebar again, and I'm gonna enter my globals CSS, which should be in your styles folder right here. And inside I'm gonna write @tailwind base, @tailwind components, and @tailwind utilities. What this is going to do is going to import Tailwind styles. So I'm going to open up my terminal one more time, and I'm going to run npm run dev again. And if you refresh, you should see a completely different styling, because by adding this Tailwind components, you have actually reset your CSS. So just for test, we're going to try and add a class name here. For example, text to Excel, text green 500. And just like that, we have successfully added Tailwind CSS to our project. Great job, great beginning. Alright, so in this part of the tutorial, we will be building the Auth screen. So just make sure you have your project running right here. So just run npm run dev if you haven't. I'm going to close this for now. And now we're just going to enter our global styles right here. And I'm just going to add some styling. So on our global body element, we're going to add @apply bg sync 900. We're going to give it a full height with the class h-full and overflow x hidden because of some effects which we are going to be doing. And now you should have this cool new Netflix background. Now on the next element, we're going to target an ID of __next. Very important to have 2 underscores right here. And we're just going to give it an apply of h-full. And in the end, we're going to do the same thing for HTML. So apply h-full, like that. We can close globals now, And what I want you to do next is I want you to create a new folder inside this public folder. Create a folder called images. And what I want you to do next is go into my repository. I will leave a link into the description. And all I want you to do for now is go into the public folder right here, into images. And I want you to download hero and logo for now. So open hero, save image. And I just want you to drag it into images and make sure it's named hero.ypj. And do the same thing for logo. So save image. And let's drag it right here into images. Again, make sure it's named logo. Perfect. Now we can go back here. And I want you to create a new page inside this pages folder. And that new page is going to be called Auth. So just write auth.tsx. Here I'm going to write const auth. I'm going to create a new function. And I'm just going to export default auth like this. And what I want to do now is I want to write a div element right here. And I want to give it a background that consists of our newly image, which we put right here, hero.ypj. So now that after you save this auth constant inside your pages, you can actually visit it right here at localhost/auth. Great, you shouldn't see anything because we haven't put anything yet. What I want to do here right now is write the following class names. So it's going to be a relative element. We're going to give it full height. We're going to give it full width. And we're going to set a special background using this square brackets method. So inside of here, I'm going to write URL. I'm going to open some brackets. And inside these annotations, we're going to write /images/hero.ypj. Great. And now you can see we have our hero here. But it looks weird. It's stretched and it's repeating right here, as you can see. So we're going to continue and write bg no repeat, bg center, bg fixed, and bg cover. Just like that, much better looking now. Next, we're gonna create our navigation with our logo. But before we do that, I just want to give a small black overlay over this whole image. So write another div element, open class name, and write bg-black, v-full, so full width, full height with h-full. And on large screens, I want to give it a bg-opacity 50. Great. Now you can see it looks a bit darkened. That's exactly what we want. That's exactly what Netflix does as well. Next, open the navigation element right here. And what I want you to do is open class name and write px12py5. And inside, open an image element. And the source is going to be /images/logo.png. And I'm just going to put an alt here that says logo as well. Great. Now it's a bit huge, so let's fix that by adding a class name of h12. Just like that. Now it looks much, much better. Now we're going to write our container, which is going to contain the inputs, the buttons, and the other types of logging in. So inside this div element, write a class name of flex justify center. And inside that, open another div with a class name of bg black, bg opacity 70, px 16. So we want to put padding on the x-axis from both sides, so left and right 16, by 16 as well. Cell center, we want this item to be centered. We're going to give a bit of top margin here. Now on LG or on large screens, I want this to be a height of 2/5 because it just looks right that way. On LG, we're also going to put max width MD. We're also going to add rounded -MD and V full. Great, you can see our little element right here. Amazing. Now here I want to write a title. So open up an H2 element right here. And for now you can just write sign in. You're not going to see anything. The text is probably dark. Yeah. So let's style the text. In the class name, you should write text-white, text-4XL, MB-8, and font semi-bold. Great. Now this is starting to look like something. Next, let's go and write another div element. This is going to hold our inputs right here. So write class name flex call gap 4. This is going to create a flex element, which is going to go vertically, and it's going to space out the elements by value of 4 right here, or 1 rem. Great. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to create a new component, right? So create a new folder called components right here. And inside, we're going to write our input component. So go ahead and write input.tsx. For now, all we're going to do is say const input. We're going to return input as well. Nothing special, and just export default input. Like that. And now what I want to do is I want to import this input right here. So write input like that. And it should auto import from here. I'm using the @. If you don't have the @, you can use the dot abbreviation like this. So .components.input. But for me, the @ is working, so I'm going to use that. Great. Now our input is here, but obviously we need to style it so it looks like the Netflix input. And we're actually going to add some cool elements here called floating label, right? So let's go back into our input right here. And let's start writing some classes. So I'm going to open up class name right here. And I'm actually going to open it like this so you can see better what I'm writing. We're going to have a lot of classes right here, but trust me, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be a really cool element. So first of all, let's write block rounded -md px6 pt6 pb1. We're going to give it a full width text md, so we're going to increase the text a little bit. Text is going to be white actually. For that, we're going to have to put our bg to neutral 700. Appearance is going to be none. Focus, on focus, we're going to hide the outline. On focus, we're also going to hide the ring like this by putting ring -0. And we're going to add this very important class right here, and that's going to be called peer. The reason for that, the peer is going to be like a neighbor to another element. So I'm going to explain in a bit why we need this, but make sure you have peer right here. It's going to make sense, I promise. And that's it for now. We can keep it like that. And one important thing to add here is add another attribute here called placeholder. And I want you to give it an empty space. So make sure not clear, empty space. That's very important. And as you can see, it's actually starting to look like something. But as you can see, it's kind of weird. For some reason, it's on the bottom. But trust me, that's what we want. We just need to do a bit more modification here. Great. So now I want you to go at the top of your input right here and just create another div and wrap everything inside of that. Great. You can indent it a bit just so it follows the semantics. And give it a class name of relative, like that. Nothing should change right now. Now we're going to write our label. So open up a new element called label right here. Now let's hard code IDs. So I'm going to give this input an ID of email right here. And HTML4 is also going to be email, just like that. So email here and email here. And now I'm actually going to open up class names again, like this, just so you can see better. And I'm going to write the following. I'm going to write absolute. I'm going to write text ND so it matches the text. We're going to have text sync 400. we're going to set duration 150. That is the duration for our animations, which is going to be really cool. We're going to add the transform class because we're going to do some transforming. And now I'm going to write the following class: minus translate minus y minus 3. Basically, this means translate y minus 3. But since we cannot put double dash here, the way you do it in Tailwind is you put it before the class name. So if you hover over, actually, you can see how that looks. It's a bit complicated, so it actually didn't explain much. Yeah, but that's how it works. Then we're going to do scale 75 because we're going to do some scaling. Hang on, it's going to be really cool. Top 4, Z10, this is the Z index, origin, dash, open square brackets and write 0. Left 6. And now I'm going to show you why the peer thing was so important. So now we can write peer dash placeholder and write, make sure you write this double dot right here. And peer placeholder dash shown double dot scale 100. What this means is that it's going to trigger on this peer placeholder shown. So this is really cool because we can modify this label element by interacting with this input element right here. So we're just going to write a couple of more of these peer classes and we're going to be done. So write peer dash focus, peer dash placeholder again, dash shown. So we're going to have two actions happen once the placeholder is shown. First, we're going to scale to 100. And second, we're going to do translate y 0. And next, we're going to do peer dash focus. So once we focus an input, we're going to do some action here. And that action is going to be scale 75. And last, we're going to write peer dash focus minus translate minus y minus 3, just like that. And in the label, you can just write email as well. Great. So now we have our label here. But once I focus, you can see we have this cool hover floating effect, right? So I can write my name here, and you can see how our label is floating in the distance. Very, very cool. And now we're just gonna modularize this input a little bit. So let's create our interface here. So write interface input props. And it's going to have an ID, which is a type of string. It's going to have onChange, which for now you can just put any. Value is going to be type of string. Label is going to be type of string as well. And type is going to be optional, and it's going to be type of string as well. Now, go ahead and import React from React. And we are going to assign these input props to this input component. So React.functional component, open this pointy brackets and write input props. Great. And now in this function parameters right here, we can open curly brackets and write ID, comma onChange, comma value, comma label, comma type. Beautiful. And now let's assign all of this. So our ID is no longer hard-coded to email. It is actually ID now. And the same thing for HTML4. It is no longer an email. It is now binded to our ID. Now for the value, we're going to give it a new attribute here. Value is value. Type is type. And onChange is onChange. Great. And now we're left with label. So for label right here, I'm just going to write label. Now this should disappear, of course, and we are finished with the input component. That's it. You can play around if you want. You can create your own effects, maybe move this a bit, change translate to 4, maybe scale it a little bit more, whatever you want. Feel free to play with it. But we can close the input for now. Great. Now I want to focus on this out component right here. And you can see TypeScript is warning us that we are missing some attributes. So let's go ahead and let's add them. So the label for this one is going to be email, just like that. The onChange function for now can just be an empty function. Let's give it an ID of email. And let's give it a label. Oh, we actually gave it a label already. And type is going to be email as well. And let's see what is missing. Value is missing. For now, we can just write an empty value. Great. Now you're going to notice that we actually cannot type in here. So let's solve that. Let's create a state for email right here. So write const, open square brackets, email, comma, set email is equal to use state, which you can import from React like this. And we're going to keep the default empty, like that. And now we can actually put the value for email. And on change, we can change that by passing the event right here. And we can write set email event target value, like that. And if we actually write, we can change our value. Amazing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this a couple of times. So I'm going to create a new one here, and this one is going to be called username. It's going to have an ID of name and type. Well, we can remove that right now. Great. So let's copy this and let's create the exact same one for username. Sorry, for name. So set name right here. And just change set email to set name and value to name as well. Beautiful. And now let's copy this one more time and create the same thing for password. So label is going to be password. ID is going to be password. Type is also going to be password. And let's create the same thing again. So password and set password right here. Great. And change set email to set password. Great. For these errors right here, let's just fix them by saying that event can be any. Great. Now let's actually write our button right here. So I want you to I want you to go outside this last div, right? So after this input, after this div, I want you to write a button. And we're going to give this button a class name of the following, right? So go ahead and write bg-red 600 py3 text white rounded-md v full, sorry, w full empty 10. And on hover, we want to change the color just a little bit. So BG red 700, make it a bit darker on hover. And we're just going to add transition. This is like a unique class name, which just makes it a bit smoother. And for now, I'm just going to write login. Beautiful. And you can see how we hover, it's actually changing color. Amazing. Great. And now, after this, I want to create a paragraph right here, and I want to give it a class name of text dash neutral dash 500 mt 12, like that. And for now, we're going to write first time using Netflix, and then we're going to open a span element right here that says create an account, like that. And we're going to give span some special styling. We're going to give it a text white ml1, so a bit of distance. And on hover, we're going to add the underline effect. And we're going to give it a cursor pointer, just like that. So now we have this message asking us if we are using Netflix for the first time, so we can click create an account. Great. All right, so you might assume what's next, and we want to create a toggle between login and register here. So, oh, we're not using password here. Make sure you're using the password instead of email in this last input right here. Great. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a variant toggle method. So create a new state right here called variant and set variant. And by default, we're going to set that the variant is login. So we're going to be able to switch between login and create our account. And next, just create a method called toggle variant. We're going to use callback for that. So import use callback from React right here. And we're going to do a very simple function here. What it's going to do, it is going to say set variant, and it's going to use current variant callback function from here. So current variant, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to say if current variant is equal to login, in that case, I want to toggle it to register. Otherwise, we can leave it at login like that. And make sure you add the dependency array right here at the bottom. Great. And now on this toggle variant, we're going to use it in this span create an account button, right? So right on click, and you can pass toggle variant right here. Now, if you click on it, not much is going to change, but we're going to change that right this second. So instead of sign in right here, we're going to say if variant is equal to login, in that case, we're going to say sign in. Otherwise, we're going to say create an account like that. So if you actually click on it, you can see that it changes. Amazing. And I'm actually not going to write create an account. I'm going to say register. I think it's just better. Yeah, that looks much better. Okay, you can assume what we want to hide next. So we have this username input right here, and we actually don't want to show it if we are logging in. So write variant equal register, and write end. Oh, sorry. So open up a variant, which is checking for register, end, open your braces, and just wrap the input inside of that. So it should look exactly like this. Great. So now if you click create account, you can see that it toggles between showing username and not showing it. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to change this button text. So if variant is equal to login, I want to show login. Otherwise, I want to show sign up. Beautiful. And last thing we have to do is we have to change this toggle actually, right? So if it's register, we want to show a different message. So let's go right here to first time using Netflix, and we're going to write the following. So if variant is equal to login, we want to show this option to change by asking the user, hey, is this your first time using Netflix? Otherwise, if variant is on login, we want to give it a different text, which is going to say already have an account, just like that. And you can close the curly braces. Great. So you can see how different it looks right now. And we have to do the same thing for this create an account thing. So once again, open the variant. If we are in login, we want to ask the user whether they want to create an account, right? Because we are proposing an alternative option here. But if we are in register, we want to tell them an option to log in instead. Amazing. And now you can actually play around and you can try to scale, and you can see it's responsive, right? So how did we make this responsive actually? It seems like we didn't do anything on purpose. Well, we actually did by adding these classes. As you can see, let me just focus right here. So in this div right here, we gave it a default background of black. But as you can see, our is not default black because our has this BG opacity 70, right? But what we did is we actually, no, actually we didn't do that. Yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong button right here, right? So we gave the default background of black, but on the large screens, we add an opacity. So the default is black, but on the large screens, it has an opacity right here. Sorry for messing that up. I was looking at the wrong element right here. Great. I think we did an amazing job. And in the next part, what we're going to do is we're actually going to connect this to our database, to our accounts, and we're going to add Google and GitHub login as well. Great job. All right, so last thing we did was we created this beautiful UI for our authentication. What I want to do in this part of the tutorial is I want to connect that authentication using Prisma and MongoDB. So what I want you to do first is I want you to open up your extensions tab right here, and I want you to install an extension called Prisma. This is going to help you greatly when it comes to formatting and syntax highlighting of our Prisma schema files. So just go ahead, install and enable this extension right here. Great. What I want you to do now is I want you to open your terminal. And what we're going to write is the following. We're going to write npm install -d Prisma. After that, I'm going to run a command npx prisma init. What this is going to do is it's going to create an initial Prisma schema file for us. So what you should have right now is this new folder called Prisma. And inside you should have a Prisma schema looking just like this. And as you can see, we have some predefined values here, such as PostgreSQL and this environment reading variable. First thing I want to change is PostgreSQL to MongoDB, because that's what we are going to be working with. Great, great job. What I want to do next before we create our MongoDB cluster is just create another package for Prisma. So open up your terminal again. And this time I want you to install npm install @prisma/client. We're going to use this to actually create an util which will interact with our database. Great, so npm install @prisma/client, just like that. Close this for now. And what I want you to do is I want you to create a new folder called lib. I accidentally have it here. You shouldn't have it. So create a new folder called lib, just like that. And inside create a new file called prismadb.ts. prismadb.ts, just like that. Great. Now I want you to enter that file and I want you to write the following. Import Prisma client from @prisma/client, which is the package we just installed. Now what I want you to do next is create a constant called client, which is going to be equal to the following. Now I'm going to explain why I'm doing this, so just follow along for now. Global.prismadb pipe new Prisma client. All right. And I'm just going to write another if clause right here. If process.environment.node environment is equal to production, we want to set the global.prismadb to client. And in the end, I just want to export default client. All right, so why am I doing this? Why is this red? The reason I'm doing this is because of Next.js hot reloading. Basically, hot reloading means that on every code change, our code updates and reruns. What happens with Prisma in that case is that it creates a bunch of these new Prisma client instances, right? And then you will get an error saying, oh, that's too much Prisma instances. So what we do is we do a little trick, which you can actually find anywhere on Google. This is not something I invented. This is actually a practice that is done. Where we save Prisma client in a global file. Global files are not affected by hot reloading, so that's why it works. And in production, we don't do that, so we just make sure everything is normal. So just make sure you have a file like this. And now let's just fix this PrismaDB error. All right, so for that, you're going to create a new file called global.d.ts. And inside, what you're going to do is you're going to write declare global namespace global this, and here you're going to write var prismadb is equal to Prisma client. All right, now we just have to import this Prisma client, so don't forget that. We want to import Prisma client from @prisma/client, just like that. And if you actually go back to PrismaDB, you will now see that our TypeScript knows what PrismaDB is. Great. What I want to do next is I want you to close all of this and I want you to go into schema.prisma. What we're going to do now is we are actually going to fill this database URL. You should also have a newly created .env file right here. If you don't, you can create it yourself, but you should have it. And in here, as you can see, I have this database URL link. Right now, this is a template from Prisma. This database does not exist, and we are not using PostgreSQL. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create our cluster, which is going to give us this URL. And I'm going to show you how to do that. Great. So go into Google and you can write MongoDB Atlas, just like that. Click on the link right here. And now you're either going to have to create an account or sign in. I'm going to sign in. I already have an account. I'm going to be using Google OAuth, which is interestingly something we are going to implement in this part of the tutorial as well. So great, you can actually see how it's going to look. And now while I'm in here, I will be greeted with this create a database. So I'm just going to click build a database. You might have a button in this corner or somewhere else, but just find build a database button. Great. Now what I want you to select is the free option. Here it's called M0. For you, it might be called shared. I think it's going to be shared, something like that. So just make sure it's free. You should have a free option if this is your first time doing this. So don't worry, and it's probably going to select free option for you. You don't have to choose any of this. The cluster can be named cluster 0. Confirm that it's free right here one more time and click on create. Great. Now for username, I'm just going to put Antonio, and for password, I'm also going to put Antonio. When you're doing this for production, I recommend that you use the auto-generate secure password or any other method. And make sure you click create user, just like that. And it's right here. And for the IP address, it's probably going to add your IP address, but you can click the button right here, add my current IP address, just like that, and click finish and close. Go to databases, and once this is done, you can click the connect button right here. Now, I want you to be very careful here. There's a lot of options we can select from here. I want you to click connect using VS Code. The reason I want you to click that is because it gives you this kind of link that is supported in Prisma. You could technically use connect your application, but you can see the link is just a little bit different. It has these special characters which might break Prisma. So again, click connect using VS Code and make sure the URL looks something like this. Just want to make sure you can see this. All right. So I'm going to copy this. Now I'm going to go back into my .environment file right here, newly created, and I'm going to replace this database URL with this link I've pasted. Make sure it's all in one line like this. And as you can see here, I have my username Antonio and I have my password right here. So I have to replace this section with the password I've selected while I was creating my account right here. Right, we have a password set up. So I'm just going to replace this password with my password, which is Antonio. If you remember, I recommended you do an auto-generated password. So just make sure you do something that you can connect with here. And test is going to be the name of our database. I want to leave that as it is for now. Perfect. Now I want you to go into schema.prisma right here. And in here, what we're going to do is we're going to write all of our models. The reason why I want to write all of the models right now and not while we need them is because modifying Prisma models and then pushing them to database and then modifying them again as we need might cause some trouble in this tutorial. Yes, that would be your realistic workflow while you're developing, but for the sake of this tutorial, I think it's just better that we write out everything at once, and I'm going to do my best to explain the relations between each and every one of these models. So we are ready to start. Let's write our first model called user. And I started wrong. So model user, just like this, open brackets. And first thing we need to define in every model that MongoDB has is an ID. Now, there are many ways to write your ID, but there is a certain way we have to write it using Prisma and MongoDB combination. And that is because MongoDB uses a special type of ID called object ID. So we're going to have to write the following. String at ID at default, open brackets, auto, open brackets. So kind of like executing this auto function right here. And then we're gonna map, open brackets, open annotations, underscore ID. And that is gonna be a type of db.object_id. All right, I know this looks like much, but what this basically means is that it is using the proper object ID type that MongoDB uses in this Prisma ORM. If you're familiar with MongoDB, this is going to be familiar to you, right? So we're going to have to write this for every model, but that's the most complicated line we're going to write, so don't worry. And I'm going to prove that by writing the next line, which is name, which is very simple, string. That's it. Now for the image, it's also going to be a string, but make sure you put a question mark at the end. That means it's optional. We might not have it, we might have it. So make sure it's just optional, otherwise it's going to crash if it doesn't have one. Next is email, which is also a type of string. It's also optional because we might log in with some other OAuth. We might have a Google login, GitHub login, or something like that. What's important with email is that it is unique. Next, we have email verified, which is going to be a type of date time, which is also going to be optional. So just a question mark at the end. Next, we have something called hashed password. This is going to be for our credential login. So email and password, or username, email, and password, right? So you can assume that that is also going to be optional, because if we use Google or GitHub to log in, we are not going to have this hash password. Great. And now we have created that, which is going to be a type of date time. And we can use the default value of that. So every time we create the user model, we want to put the default value here of now. Great. For the updated at, it's also going to be a type of date time. But instead of us manually changing this updated at every time we modify the user, we can use a really cool feature from Prisma, which is at updated at, which is going to do all of that for us. Great. And now I'm going to write favorite IDs. Favorite IDs is going to be a list of our liked movies. If you remember, we will have a list of our movies which we liked, and we're going to store those IDs in this field right here. So name that string, which is going to be actually going to be an array of strings, and we need to specify what kind of strings. And I mentioned it's going to be array of IDs. So make sure you write at db.object ID at the end right here. Great. And now I'm going to add two more fields, and that's going to be it for the user model. We're going to add sessions right here, which is going to be a type of session, but an array of sessions. Now it's going to underline this because we have not defined the session type yet, but we're going to do that in a moment. And you want to do the same thing for accounts. So account and a little array at the end. What we're going to do next is we are actually going to write this account model right here. So go ahead and write model account. And you already know what we're going to write now. So you can just copy this ID from right here because we've written it once and it's exactly the same everywhere. Great. And you can see that the underline just went away because we now created this proper account which has an ID. So this ID is exactly the same as we've written here. You can just copy that because we're going to copy it a couple of times, so no point in writing it every single time. Now what I want to do is I want to create a relation between account and user ID, and we're going to use that using user ID. And we're going to set it to string, and we're going to say at db.object_id. So pretty much as favorite IDs, right? But without the array here. So make sure it's not an array. Great. Now we're going to have a type, which is string. We're going to have provider, which is also string. Now we're going to have provider account ID, which is also a type of string. We're going to have refresh underscore token, which is also going to be a type of string, but it's going to be optional. And make sure you write db.string right here. Now for access token, it's going to be exactly the same. String question mark db.string right here. So what is this model? Why am I writing it? This is a model that will be created once we use our Google account or GitHub account. That's why we need all of these fields, which seem kind of weird, but don't worry, we're not going to complicate anything with these fields, but we need all of them, otherwise it's not going to work. So next we need expires underscore at, which is going to be not a date time, as you might assume. It's actually going to be an integer. Don't ask me why. I'm assuming they're using that kind of value easier, maybe for calculation or something. And now we need token underscore type, which is going to be a type of string, which is optional as well. We're going to need scope, which is a type of string, which is optional as well. ID underscore token, same thing. And session underscore state, same thing. One thing I want you to do is I want you to go back to ID token and just add @db.string here as well. Make sure you don't forget that. Perfect. And now just two more things we're gonna add here, I promise. And that is, you see we created this user ID relation here. And we are using accounts in this user model. So we have to create a relation between the two manually. And the way we're going to do that is we're just going to write user, as in our user model, add relation, open up these brackets and write fields, array of user ID, comma, references, which is going to be again an array of ID this time. And one thing we're going to add is this onDelete cascade. So what does this mean? Well, we are connecting our user model with our account model using the field called user ID, which is going to reference to user ID right here. And onDelete is just a method we are describing what we want to happen once this user is deleted. What do we want to happen to this model account? Well, obviously we want to delete it as well. So that's what this function does. And last thing we're going to write in this account is going to be @@ unique, open the brackets, open square brackets, provider, comma, provider account ID. Nice. And now we can write our session function right here. So model session, again, you can copy the ID either from account or from the user. You can see it is exactly the same. So write that here. And what I want you to write next is session token. Session token is a type of string which is required and it is going to be unique. Now again, user ID is going to be string @db.objectID. So same thing as we did right here. It should be exactly the same. Great. And now we're going to set expires. And this time, to your surprise, it's actually going to be date time. So yeah, it's not exactly consistent, but again, we are not controlling this session or this account. These are fields for NextAuth. All right. And now, just like we did here, we have to do the same thing here. So I'm going to write it one more time because it's complicated. I don't want to copy it. So user at relation, open brackets, fields, user ID, comma, references, ID, onDelete, cascade. So exactly the same as above, but I just typed it one more time for you in case you missed something. It's important that this is correct. All right. Now we have to write another model here, and this one is going to be called model verification token. All right. Now you can already expect we need an ID. So let's do that. Let's write an ID right here. Next thing we're going to need is an identifier. So identifier is going to be a type of string. Very simple. Token is going to be a type of string as well, but it is going to be unique. And expires is going to be date time. And in the end, just write @@ unique. And inside these square brackets, write identifier, comma, token. Just like that. And finally, our last model. I promise no more schema writing. You're doing a great job so far. I know this is a bit of a hustle, but we have to do it. Model movie. Again, can you guess what's next? You're right, we need an ID, so copy that as well. Write a title, which is going to be called string. Sorry, it's going to be a type of string. Description, which is going to be a type of string as well. Video URL, which is going to be a type of string as well. thumbnail URL, again, a type of string, genre, type of string, and duration, a type of string. What is going to be duration? Well, duration is literally going to write something like 15 minutes. So that's why I put it as a string. You can kind of play around with this. If you want to add, I don't know, maybe rating of integer, you can do that. But for now, I suggest you just follow exactly what I do. But yeah, this is our movie model. We are the one generating this. So don't worry, you can kind of mess up here if you want. Just make sure you remember what these fields are correctly. Great. We have written out the entire Prisma schema. Amazing, amazing job so far. All right. What I want you to do now is I want you to open up a terminal and you will write the following function right now. So I'm just going to quickly go back into my database right here to show you something. So if I browse collections right now, nothing will happen here because I have no collections so far, but we have just created a couple of collections right here, and we're going to run npx prisma db push. Amazing. And now, if I actually refresh this, guess what? We have account, we have movie, we have session, we have user, and we have verification token. Amazing, amazing job. We have successfully connected our Prisma with our MongoDB. Don't close this. We're going to need this. I suggest you keep it throughout your tutorial, or you can just go back to it. But for now, I'm just going to roll back into this Auth screen right here. Great. What I want you to do now is I want you to go into Pages, into API. Here you will have a little hello file, which was left over from our Next.js initialization. And if you actually want to see what's here, you can write /API/hello. I'm sorry, you cannot do that. Why? Because we have not started our project. So make sure you go into your terminal and actually run npm run dev right here. So the project is up and running. My mistake about that. And guess what? So you can actually visit /API/hello. I'm not sure if you can see this, but it's /API/hello. And you can see exactly what's written here. If you change it to John Doe 2, guess what? If you refresh, it's going to be right here as well. All right. Now let's go back to localhost 3000/auth. This is the screen we are at. Localhost 3000/auth. And you can actually remove this hello from the API right here. And you're going to create a special named file, open brackets, and you're going to write ... NextAuth outside brackets .ts, just like this. This is going to be a specially called file, which is going to be recognized from our NextAuth. Great. Now we're going to write our NextAuth middleware right here. So before we begin, I need to install some packages again. So I'm going to close this again, and I will remember to start it this time. So just write for now npm install next-auth, just like that. All right, we're also going to need another file right here. So npm install bcrypt. Bcrypt, we're going to use this for credential authentication. You're going to see why we're doing that in a second. All right, great. You can close everything for now. So go ahead and import NextAuth from next-auth, like that. And now I want you to export default NextAuth like this, open brackets and open curly brackets. And inside, I wanna write a attribute called providers. All right, and inside these providers, I'm actually gonna write credentials. You can click enter, and it's gonna auto import next-out-providers-credentials. If it hasn't auto imported, make sure you have to import this. All right, so you're gonna open up an object in that one, and we're gonna give it an ID of credentials. This ID is important because it's gonna define how we're gonna call this in this auth page right here that we have. So ID credentials, name is also going to be credentials. And now we can actually write an object credentials to define which credentials we need. And for that, we're going to use an email, which is we're just going to have a label called email, and type is going to be text. And next credential is going to be password. So you can write label logically password. And type is going to be password. All right. And now what we're going to do is we are going to write, okay, just for now, I'm going to try and disable this. Okay, that's not it. Okay, we're going to have to make do with this reds right here. All right, so after this credentials object, I want you to write authorize. Oh, that made the red go away. Beautiful. Now, what is this authorize function? Well, we're not actually going to write it like this. So what I want you to write is asynchronous authorize, like this. This is what I want you to write. Now, this authorize function is going to accept credentials. What we're going to do is first we're going to check whether we have credentials or not. So if credentials that email is missing, or if credentials that password is missing, we're going to throw a new error, which is just going to say email and password required. Great. And now what we're going to do is we're going to find the user using email. So const user is going to be equal to await. And now we have to finally import our Prisma DB. So write Prisma DB and make sure you import this. So it's not going to throw any errors. The reason it's not throwing errors is because we defined it in global right here. But make sure you import it. How do you import it? Well, very simple. Import Prisma DB from @-lib. If you're not @-lib/Prisma DB. If you don't have @ you can use .. So just make sure that it's working. I'm going to use @ because it's simpler. If you're wondering where did this Prisma DB come from, well, from here, we created it right here. Now I noticed a mistake right here. I'm not using the proper capitalization, so make sure you import NextAuth and capital A capital, just like this. My mistake. All right. Now we're gonna write await Prisma DB dot user. You can see how it autofills our user because it knows the model. Amazing. And we're gonna write find unique. Open an object and now write where. And we're going to write email is equal to credentials.email. Perfect. So now it's going to find our unique user. What I want to do now is I want to check whether this user actually exists. Right. So if there isn't a user, or if there isn't user that hashed password, I want you to throw a new error, which is going to write email does not exist, like that. And now we're going to do a very simple check to see whether the user written password is correct. So const is correct password is going to be equal to await compare. Now, compare is going to be an import from bcrypt. So just go in here and write import compare from bcrypt, like that. Now we're going to compare the following values. Open the brackets and compare credentials, that password, and compare user, that hashed password, just like that. And okay, I'm just going to collapse this so you can see more nicely what I'm doing. All right. And now, if it isn't a correct password, we're going to throw another error. Throw new error, incorrect password. So one thing I want to bring your attention to is this exclamation sign right here. So if you write it like this, it's always going to throw incorrect password even if you enter it correctly. So make sure you write an exclamation before this, right? So we want to check if the password is not correct. Amazing. Very, very good job. And very simple. If the password is correct, what we want to do in the end is we want to return user. Write this user right here, which we found using unique email. Great, amazing. All right. Now I want to go to the end of this array of providers, which we just opened right here, and write a new attribute called pages. And in here, I'm just going to define our sign-in page, which is going to be /auth. Why /auth? Well, because that's where we created this auth page ourselves. Great. We have the pages, and now we need, this is going to be very useful. So just write debug process that environment, that node environment is going to be triple equal to development. So we want to debug it to be on if we are in development. This is going to be very useful because you will actually see any errors or any logs in your terminal. I promise it's going to be very useful, especially in development. Next, we're going to write session. Now, session is going to have a field called strategy. And in this strategy, for my case, I'm going to use JVT, and I recommend you do the same, especially if you want to follow this tutorial. So you can modify these, you can use different strategies, but I'm going to use JVT right here. Great. And now, before we write the last two fields, we actually have to go into our .environment file one more time right here. And what I want you to write here is NextAuth JVT secret. For me, it's going to be next JVT secret like this. And we're going to need another field called NextAuth underscore secret. And for me, that's going to be next underscore secret. So just make sure you add these two new environment variables. So NextAuth JVT secret and NextAuth secret, they are going to be very important, and we definitely need them, especially in the end when we will be doing production. All right, so last two fields here, JVT, which is an object which has a secret, and the secret is going to be process.environment .nextAuth underscore JVT underscore secret. Secret, so make sure this is the last field. It's not inside this JVT anymore. Last field, process.environment .nextAuth underscore secret. Beautiful. Just like that, you have completed the entire NextAuth. All right, we don't have types for bcrypt, so we're gonna fix that real quick. Open up your terminal one more time and just install npm install -t at types/bcrypt. And now the error should go away. Great, great, great job. And now what we're going to do is we're actually going to create some authentication right here. So you can close everything up, just make everything clear and go back into your pages, into your auth right here. And now we're going to create some login and register functions. So before we are able to log in, we want to be able to register first. So let's create that function first. Const register and open up use callback. And make sure it's an asynchronous callback right here. And make sure you write your dependency array. And I want us to use a specific library called Axios because I just think it's the easiest to work with. So write npm install Axios. Let's just check if we have our types. So import Axios from Axios. All right, it seems that we have the types. And make sure you run npm run dev to actually move your project. You know, I often forget to do this. So just refresh to see that it's working. It's working amazing. All right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a try and catch block right here. Let's solve the error first. So if there is an error, all I want to do is console log error for now. But in the try block, what I'm going to write is await Axios post /API/register. Great. And in here, in this body element, I'm going to send a couple of fields: email, name, and password. Great. Now, if we try and run this, it's not going to work at the moment. The reason it's not going to work is because we have not defined this API/register controller. So we're going to do that real quick. It's going to be pretty similar to what we did in this NextAuth authorize function. So go into your into your API and create a new file called register.ps. And in here, what I want you to do is I want you to import bcrypt again from bcrypt. I want you to import next API request, next API response from next. I want you to import Prisma DB from @lib/lib/prisma_db. Again, if you cannot use just try ... whatever works for you. Just find the package. And now we're going to export our handler. So export default, synchronous function called handler is going to have a request, which is a type of next API request. It's going to have a response, which is a type of next API response. And open up the function. And inside here, I'm going to open, I'm not going to open anything. First things first, I want to limit this handler to a post call. So go ahead and write if requested method is not equal to post. We want to prevent anything to do with this. So just write return response that status 405.end. Basically what this means is that we only want to allow post calls to this /API/register route. All right. And now we can open our try and catch block. And as always, let's just handle the error. So for production, for development, I just want to log the error here. I'm going to return response status 400 and in the error. All right. Now in the try block, what I want to do is I want to extract some values which we will need. And those values are going to be email, name, and password. And we're going to extract them from request.body. And now I'm going to find an existing user using this email. You might be wondering, why am I looking for an existing user in a register function? Well, we want to check if an email has been taken. So write const existing user is going to be await Prisma db.user.find unique, open an object, write where, and just write email, just like that. This is a shorthand for email, email, right? But we can just write email like this. If there is an existing user, we just want to write response. We want to, return response status 42.json with an error, email taken, like that. Beautiful. And now we're going to hash user password. So const hashed password is going to be equal to await bcrypt.hash password 12. So make sure this is an await function because it is asynchronous. If you remove the await, it is not going to work properly. And lastly, we want to save this hashed password into a new user model. So write const user is await prismadb.user.create. And in here, we want to give it some data. The data is going to be email, name, hashed password, image, which is going to be just an empty string for now, and email verified, which is going to be new date. Beautiful. And we want to return response status 200.json user. Just like that. Amazing job. You just wrote your first API route. And now we can go back into our auth pages file right here. Great. And what I want you to do now actually is I want you to fill this dependency array with email, name, and password, because we need to be in sync. So email, name, password right here. So when are we going to call this register function? Where we're going to call it in this button right here. sorry, right here. So as you might guess, we will not always call register because depending on the variant, we will either call login or register. But for now, you can just click register like this. All right, I think it's time to test if this works. So I'm just gonna, all right. I'm just gonna open my network tab right here. I'm gonna click create an account. I'm gonna give a username of test. I'm gonna give an email of test@gmail.com and a password of 123321. And I'm gonna click sign up. You can see we have successfully called our register function and we get the status to 100, which means if we look at the preview and response, we have successfully created our first user. Amazing job. Our authentication is working. Good job. And now I want you to go into this MongoDB cloud right here and click refresh. And if you go into user, you will actually see our first user along with a hashed password. Amazing, amazing job. You have successfully completed credential authentication. Good job. Now, next challenge we have to do is the login. So the way we're going to do login is we're going to import a function called sign-in from next-auth/react. Great. Sign in just like that. And now I want you to create a login function. So go ahead and write const login, use callback. And just as register, it's going to be an asynchronous callback. Make sure you can spell async. Open the dependency array and write email, password. Only email and password because those are the only things we're going to need in a login route for now. And what I want to write here is I want to open a try and catch block. If there is an error, I just want to say console log error here. And in the try block, I'm going to write await sign in. Now, what type of sign in do we want to use? Well, if you remember in our NextAuth, we have defined an ID for credentials called credentials. So that is the ID we want to use in this sign in credentials. And we're going to give some value to these credentials. And the value is going to be email. It's going to be password. And now we're just going to give it a custom modification called here redirect false callback URL / Amazing. And now we're going to try login. So we're going to copy this login function right here. And in this onClick register, we're going to modify it a bit. So we're going to say variant is login. In that case, I want to use login. Otherwise, I want to use register. But I misspelled variant, so just make sure you spell it correctly. Great. And now, if I log in correctly, I should be actually getting redirected to our to our root route. But I'm just going to open a network for here. I'm going to click on preserve log just to see if everything's working. So test@gmail.com 123321 login. All right, something went wrong. All right, so I found our mistake. I found why this isn't working. It's my mistake. I'm really sorry. So we're going to go back into code. It's going to be a very simple fix. We have this NextAuth file right here, but we have not created it in a proper folder. So inside this API folder, we need to create another folder called Auth. And I just want you to drag and drop this NextAuth into this new Auth folder. So your NextAuth should be inside API, inside Auth. Great. Let's try this one more time. So I'm going to clean everything here. I'm going to go to /auth. And I'm going to try our email and password. test@gmail.com 123321. Amazing. Just like that, we have successfully logged in. And now I want to add a redirect to the /route. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into auth.tsx again. Make sure you are in auth. And we're going to import router from next router. So const router is going to be use router from next/router like this. And this router is a hook which exports router right here. And what I want to do is after successful login, so after we await and log in, I want to say router.push/ right here. And we're going to have to add router to our dependencies right now. All right. And one more thing I want to do is after we successfully register, I also want to log in. So after await register, I'm just going to write login as well. And we have to add login to our list of dependencies as well. And just make sure you define login before you define register like that. Amazing. So I'm going to try one more time, test@gmail.com 123321. And as you can see, I'm redirected to the Netflix clone. Amazing. All right, so now I want to show you how easy it is to add Google and GitHub login. So first thing I want you to do is I want you to import a new package called React Icons. So we're going to install that package right now in our terminal. npm install react-icons. We're going to use this to add cool icons such as Google and GitHub and other icons we're going to need in the project. So make sure you have this package right here. And first, we're actually going to write the UI for this. So make sure you are at localhost 3000/auth so you can see the auth screen. And of course, you have to have your project running. npm run dev for that. And once this loads, what you're going to do is you're going to import two icons. You're going to import fc Google from react-icons/fc, and you're going to import fa GitHub from react-icons/fa, just like that. And now we're going to scroll down all the way below our login button, and we're going to create a new div right here. And this div is going to be our container for the buttons. So we're going to write flex row items center gap 4 empty 8 justify center. And for now, you're just going to see a bigger space here. And now we're going to add our button element. So open up class name, and you're going to write the following. It's going to have a width of 10, height of 10. It's going to have a bg white. And now we get a little square here. So let's make it a circle with rounded dash full, like that. Now, since it's going to hold an icon, we want that icon to be centered. So we're going to say flex items dash center justify that center. Nothing should appear now. Now I want to add a cursor pointer to this. So I'm going to write cursor dash pointer because I want it to behave like a button. Great. And I'm just going to add a hover effect, opacity 80. And I'm going to add the last class transition, which is going to just delay the effect a little bit. And now we have a nice hover effect. Great. And inside that div, I'm going to import fc Google icon. Just like that. And we have our Google icon here. I'm just going to increase it a little bit by 30. So right size 30, and it should look really nice. And now we can copy this whole element along with the icon. And now we're going to have two Googles, but we want one of them to be fa GitHub. Great. What I want you to do now is I want you to go into your environment file and add some new environments. So go ahead in your environment file, and we're going to need a couple of new items. So right, GitHub_ID, GitHub_secret, Google_client_ID, and Google_client_secret. Just like that. And now I want you to go into Pages, API, Auth, NextAuth right here. And we're going to add two types of providers like we did for credentials. We're going to add Google and GitHub, and we're going to connect that with a Prisma provider below this debug right here. So go ahead and import GitHub provider from next-auth/providers/GitHub, and also import Google provider from next-auth/providers/Google. Great. Now let's add GitHub provider. And let's open the options here, and we're going to write client ID process.environment.github_id. And for the client secret, I'm going to write process.environment.github_secret. And just to fix the TypeScript errors, I'm going to pipe and add an empty string like this. You can copy this entire thing and paste it below and rename to Google provider right here. Again, make sure you have both Google and GitHub provider imports right here. I'm going to replace GitHub ID here with Google_client_ID and GitHub secret with Google_client_secret. Great. Before we move on, I want to open terminal again, and I need to install another package here. We're going to install npm install at next-auth/prisma-adapter. I know it looks similar to this, but this is a separate package which we need. Great. Make sure you run the project again. And now you're going to import Prisma adapter from @next-auth/prisma-adapter. Just like that. And now you're going to scroll down below your debug, and you're going to add adapter, Prisma adapter, and you're going to put Prisma DB inside the parameters. Prisma DB is imported from here already, and we are using it in this authorize function right here. Amazing job. All right. Now it's time for us to actually get these buttons to do something. So I want you to create GitHub authentication first. So we're going to go ahead and grab GitHub ID and GitHub secret. So go into your GitHub account, and I want you to go into the menu right here and go into settings. I want you to scroll all the way down and click on developer settings. In here, I want you to select OAuth apps. I have a couple of those. You can just click on new OAuth app, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Name your application whatever you want. So Netflix clone video. Homepage URL is going to be http localhost 3000. And I'm going to copy that for the authorization callback URL as well. Why localhost 3000? Well, because that's where we are running the application. In production, obviously, you're going to have to change it to whatever your domain name is. And just click register application. Great. And now we have our client ID. So go ahead and copy this and paste it right here. And to get the GitHub secret, you're going to have to click on this generate a new client secret. All right. Once it's generated, make sure you copy it right away and paste it here, because if you refresh your screen, it's going to go away. All right. So now we're actually going to enable this GitHub button. So go into our auth right here, and we're going to write an onClick function for our GitHub div element. All right. So write onClick and write an arrow function, which is going to call sign in. What type of sign in? Well, GitHub. And we're just going to open up the options object, and in here, I'm going to write callback URL, which is just going to be /, just like that. And we can try it out now. If we click on GitHub, it is asking us whether I want to authorize my Netflix-clone-video with my account. And once I click authorize, I'm being redirected to my application. And just like that, I'm logged in. And now let's go into our cluster, into our account, and see if we have a new account. And we do. We have a GitHub account which is connected to our user ID. And as you can see, we have a new user generated here with my GitHub image as the image. Amazing, amazing job. And now let's do the same thing for Google. Great. So for Google, it's a tiny bit more complicated, but don't worry, it's going to be very simple. Go ahead and write Google Developer Console right here. In here, I'm not sure if you're going to have the exact same screen that I'm having. What I want you to do is I want you to click on this option right here, or just find a way to create a new project. Name the project whatever you want. For me, it's going to be Netflix clone video tutorial. It can be whatever you want for you. You can leave this at no organization and click create. Wait for a second till it gets created. All right, once it's created, make sure you're actually using it right here. So go into this navigation right here and make sure you are using it. Great. What I want you to go now is I want you to go into this search and write in API. Once you write in API, click on APIs and services. Great. Now I want you to go into OAuth consent screen. In here, I want you to select external and click create. For the app name, I'm going to put Netflix clone video tutorial. You can put whatever you want. For the user support email, I'm going to select my email. You can leave all of this empty for now and just put your email in the developer contact information below and click save and continue. Now on step 2, click save and continue again. Step 3, save and continue, and that's it. Now I want you to go into credentials on the sidebar right here. And I want you to click create credentials right here and select OAuth client ID. Application type is going to be web application. Name can stay the same. You can leave the authorized JavaScript origins empty and just click add URI for authorized redirect URIs. And in here, you're going to write HTTP localhost 3000, but you're not going to leave it like this, like we did for GitHub. We have to add /API/auth/fallback/Google. Great. And click create. And just like that, we have our client ID and client secret. So go back into your code and open .environment file. And in here, copy the client ID, paste it here, and copy the secret ID and paste it here as well. Do not share this with anyone. I'm going to delete this after the video, but just for now, I can share it with you. Great. Now go back into your auth file and we're going to add the same login on click for Google. So just make sure you are at /auth one more time. And in here, I'm going to add the same on click sign in, but I'm going to modify GitHub with Google. The callback can stay the same. And now we can test Google out. So let's click. And just like that, it's asking us whether we want to log in with this email. And there we go. We have successfully logged in both with Google and with GitHub. Amazing, amazing job. And I'm going to check my accounts. And as you can see, I now have a Google OAuth and GitHub OAuth. If we look at users, you can see that they still have only 2 accounts. That's because I'm using the same email for GitHub and Google login. You might have more accounts here. Great, great job. You have finished authentication entirely. All right, so now I want to show you how we can protect our client routes and our API routes as well using this authentication we've created. So make sure you have the project running, and we're going to create a lib. So open your sidebar, and inside this lib, create a new file called serverauth.ts. In here, you're going to import next API request from next, and you're going to import get session from next-auth/react. And in here, you're also going to need Prisma DB instance. So import Prisma DB from @/lib /Prisma DB. One more time, if you don't have if this is not working for you, you can use -- and stuff like that. All right. And now let's define server out. It's going to be an asynchronous function, which is going to accept one parameter, and it's going to be a type of request. And that type is next API request. In here, I'm going to fetch our logged in user session, and we're going to do that using this get session. So const session is await get session, and it needs to accept an object which accepts our request right here. So make sure this is an object which accepts our request. So the way this is going to work is we're going to use this server auth in our API controllers, and we're going to pass the request parameter. And that request parameter is going to hold the JWT token, which this get session can then use to get our logged in user. Now, the problem is this session doesn't have all the fields we need. For example, we need all of the fields that we have defined in our Prisma. So we need ID, name, image, email, and stuff like that. But our session is something else. Our session does not have all of these fields. So that's why we're doing this, so we can use the session to get other fields. Great. So now we're going to check if the session exists. So I'm going to check a bit more. I'm going to say if !session user email. So if session or user or email doesn't exist, we're going to throw new error which says not signed in, like that. Great. And if it exists, I'm going to fetch the current user. So const current user is going to be equal to await Prisma db.user.find unique. Open an object and write where. Open an object again and write email is equal to session.user.email, like that. Great. And now if we don't have the current user, in that case, we can also throw new error, which says the same thing, not signed in. Obviously, the JWT token which we got, or the session which we got, is not correct. Maybe the user was deleted at the time. So we need to check whether we are able to fetch the user using this logged in session user email. Great. And we're just going to return an object here, which is going to hold current user. Make sure this is an object. Great. And export default server out, just like that. Great. Now we have this server out, which we are going to use in all of our API routes to check whether we are logged in, so we don't have to type this many times. All right, you can close your lid now, and you can go into Pages, API, not Auth, just API. And in here, I want you to create a new file called current.ts. Great. So make sure it's in API current, not in Auth, so right next on the same level as register, like that. Great. In here, you're going to import next API request, next API response from next. And you're going to import the server out, which we just created. So server out from @/lib/server out. One more time, if this is not working for you, you can always use stuff like this. But I'm using because it's just simpler for me. Great. And now we're going to export default asynchronous function, which is going to be named handler, and it's going to accept a request, which is type of next API request. And it's going to accept response, which is type of next API response. Great. Open the function, and first we're going to limit this function to only get request. So write if request.method is not equal to get. In that case, we're going to prevent this call from going any further, and we're going to write return response status 405, which means wrong method, and just end the call. Great. And now we can open our try and catch block. Inside catch, we're just going to log the error for production, for development, and we're going to return response status 400 and end the call because something went wrong. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to fetch our current user. And how can we do that? Well, we just created this beautiful server auth util, which returns the current user here. So we're going to do exactly that. Go back into current, go into the try block, and write const, open an object, current user is equal to await server out. And what does server out need? Well, it needs the request like that. Amazing. And all we're going to do is say return response status 200.json current user. Why are we not checking if this current user exists first? Well, because we did all of that in our server out. If there is no current user, we're going to throw an error, and this error is going to be caught right here, and we're going to see it logged in our server. Great. So now we have a new route, which is going to be localhost 3000/API/current, because we defined it right here. Amazing, amazing job. All right. Now I'm going to create another lib, which we are going to need for our front-end fetching. So create a new file inside this lib folder and call it fetcher.ts. We're going to use this for React SVR. So I'm going to use Axios for this, and we already have Axios imported from our Auth view. So import Axios from Axios and just define the fetcher. Const fetcher sets an URL, which is a type of string, and all it does is it triggers Axios.get URL. And on success, it gets the response and just return response.data. That's it. Export default fetcher. Beautiful. Save the file. All right, and now we're going to create our use current user hook, which is going to be used in the front end so we can load the current user. So create a new folder called hooks. Great. And inside hooks, a new file, use current user.ts. Great. Now we're going to have to install a new package. So open your terminal right here. And all you're going to do is npm install svr. Great. Make sure you run the project again. And import use svr from svr, like that. And import fetcher from @/lib/fetcher, like that. And now let's define this use current user hook. So const use current user, open an object, and let's just initiate this svr. Const, which is going to have data, it's going to have an error, it's going to have is loading, and it's going to have mutate. And we're going to get all of that from use svr. The svr is going to point to /API/current because that's the endpoint we just defined, and it's going to use fetcher. Great. So what is svr? svr is a Vercel developed package, which is really good at fetching data. It is something similar as React query. So basically, the first time we fetch this API current, no matter where we use this hook, it is not going to fetch it again if the data already exists. Basically, this way we don't need Redux or any state management for fetching our user, which is a really, really cool feature. And all we're going to do is return all of this right here. So I'm going to write return data, return error, return is loading, and return mutate. Just like that. And make sure you export default use current user like that. Great. And now I'm going to show you how we can protect our client routes. So right now we can visit localhost 3000, right? But we do not want to we don't want users to be able to visit this if they are not logged in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our index.tsx pages. So going to pages, going to index.tsx. This is the page, so Netflix clone one, right? If I change the text to for Excel, this is going to change because we are on that page. Great. And what I want you to add is I want you to create a sign out button from here first. So go into imports and import sign out from Next-Auth/React. And we're just going to add a small button here, which is going to say log out. And on click, it's going to call sign out like this. Great. And just let's give it some classes. So class name h10 v full and BG white, for example. Okay, just so it's a button we can see. Great. And now I want to show you how we can actually protect this home route right here. All right, so we're going to add an asynchronous function here, and we're going to export it. So export async function get server side props. It's going to accept context, which is a type of next page context, which you can import from next right here. All right. Open the function, and in here, we're going to fetch our session, but on the client side. So we cannot use our server out. I know you're thinking maybe we can use our server out. No, we cannot, because this is the client. This is separated from that. But it's much easier on the client anyway. So we're just going to write const session await get session from next-auth/react. So the same way we imported sign out is going to be await get session right here. And we're just going to paste in context from this parameters right here. And we're going to do something. If there is no session available, we're going to return an object which returns a redirect object, which just says destination/auth. And one more field, permanent false. All right. And make sure you also return outside of this if block. We always need to return something from get server side props. And if session exists, it's not going to return anything. So we have to make sure that we return an object with just empty props like this. Great. All right. So this is already actually working. What it's doing right now is it's checking if available session exists. And if it doesn't, it's going to redirect us to /auth. So if I actually click log out here, you can see that I'm redirected to /auth. Amazing. And if I actually try and go to localhost 3000/, it brings me back to auth. I can no longer access this. Amazing. But if I try my GitHub login, for example, all right, so I was trying to log in and I actually wasn't able to. So in case you are getting the same problem, in case you cannot log in, I want you to go into your terminal and you will probably going to see some errors like this. Server selection timeout, no available servers. You can see that I kept getting those errors. Server selection timeout, no available servers. I didn't understand why this happened. I thought we maybe did something wrong, but in fact we did not. So I'm going to show you what you have to do. Go into your MongoDB cluster right in this screen and go into network access right here on the side. And you can see I have my IP address added here, but I have a dynamic AP. So every time I actually reconnect to my Wi-Fi and stuff, it changes. So it completely forbids access to me. So just click add IP address. And for now, I think it's easier to maybe allow access from everywhere. So 0.0.0.0/0 or just click allow access from anywhere and click confirm. All right, now that that's active, I'm going to go back into my auth and I'm going to go back into my terminal. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to start the project again. So maybe you don't have to do this at all. If you're able to sign in, just go ahead and try and Google and GitHub as well. If it works, then perfect. You have a static IP, but I accidentally added my own IP address here, so it forbid me from accessing to the new one that I have right now. And I'm going to try and sign it with my GitHub account, for example. And as you can see, I'm actually inside my / page, which I can only access if I'm authorized. So if I try one more time and log out, I cannot see the / screen. Amazing. Right, so I'm just gonna log it back in again so we can see the screen. Great, amazing. And now I'm gonna show you how we can fetch our user using our use current user hook, which we've created here for the frontend. So go into your index file right here, and inside home, I want you to write const, open an object, and we're going to use current user like this. And we will import use current user from our @/hooks/use current user. Again, if you don't want to, you can just use ... like this. Just get the use current user. And in here, remember, we're going to have data, right? And we can create an alias for this data. So just put ... right here and name it whatever you want. In my case, it's going to be user. Great. And now what I can actually do is I can actually write a paragraph right here, which is going to say logged in as, and I'm just going to write user that name, for example. Sorry, you have to add user. Make sure you have this little question mark right here. And of course, let's now add some color. Text white. And there we go, logged in as Antonio Erdelets, which is my name. I can also check maybe email. Logged in as erdelets.antonio@gmail.com. Amazing. And if I try and create a new user, for example, so test name, test@test.com, and a password, and I create a new account. And there we go, logged in as test@test.com. Amazing, amazing job. And now we can actually go in and create our profiles screen. Great. So close all of this up, go into pages and create a new screen called profiles.tsx. Great. And for now, I just want to write const profiles and just return a div like this. And for now, I'm going to write a paragraph here, which is class name text white text for Excel, which says profiles. All right. And export default profiles. And now you can visit localhost 3000/profiles. And there we go, we are in our profiles. So again, why is this working? Why can I just use /profiles? Because it is in our pages folder on the same directory as auth, index, profiles, and stuff like that. Great. And now go ahead and write export async function get server side props. It's going to accept context, which is going to be a type of next page context, which you can import from Next right here on the top. Open the function, and you already know the drill. So we are going to get session using await get session from NextAuth/React, and make sure you add the context to the get session function. I forgot to do that, and I'm going to do it in a minute. If the session does not exist, what we're going to do is we're going to say return redirect destination/auth permanent false. And just remember, we always have to return something in the end, so return an empty props, just like that. All right, and now if we try to sign in, actually, before you try and sign in, just make sure that in this profiles get server side props, you're actually using this context and pass it in get session right here. Great. And now I'm going to go back into my auth file, and I'm just going to, sorry, I changed some stuff, but I'm going to bring it back. All right, so I want to redirect to /profiles instead of the standard callback URL. So you can actually remove this router that push here. You can remove the router from the login right here, and callback URL, just change it to profiles and remove redirect false like that. And you can remove use router from here, and you can also remove the import. All right, so this is how your login should look like now. Login, use callback URL /profiles. And just remember to also go down, and we have these two sign-ins with Google and GitHub, and they use callback URL /. So just make sure you change those to /profiles as well. All right. Great. And now if you actually go ahead and try and enter your /profiles, it's going to redirect to auth. But if I log in, I'm redirected to profiles. Amazing. So go into profiles, and now let's create our profiles. What I want you to do now is I want you to go into my GitHub for the next Netflix tutorial right here. And I just want you to go into public and images. And I want you to pick one of these: default blue, default green, default red, or default slate. I'm going to choose default blue. And I just want you to download the image, since we're going to use that as our default user image. Great. And I want you to drag and drop it into your public images, the same way we did with hero and logo in the beginning, if you remember. Great, so we have default blue.png right here. Great. Now go back into profiles. And we're gonna do some styling now. All right, so in this main div, I wanna add a class name of flex items dash center h dash full and justify dash center. And we can remove this text for now. So open another div inside, which is going to be class name flex col, which means column. And now we're going to write h1, and h1 is going to be who is watching. And inside, I want to have a class name of text 3xl. On MD, I want to have text 6xl, text white, and text center. Like that. This is already looking familiar, just like Netflix. Great. And now we have to add the actual icon below that. So create a div, and this is going to be our container for our profiles. So write flex items center justify center gap 8 empty 10. All right, and now you should just see how this text moved up a little bit, but nothing yet. Great. Create a empty div here for now, which is gonna have an on-click button right here, which is not gonna do anything for now. All right, and in here we're gonna style our actual profile rectangle. So create a div and write class name group. Group is a similar class name to peer, which we had in a version of our input. So I'm going to explain it in a bit. For now, just write group flex-row width 44 mx auto. Inside, you're going to create another div, which is going to have a number of class names here. We're going to add some cool hover effects here. So in here, write v44, w44, h44. It's going to be rounded, MD, and next class is going to be flex items center, justify center, border 2, border transparent, and now on group dash hover, which means when we hover on this parent element right here, we want to change some stuff here. And that stuff is going to be cursor, pointer. It's also going to be group. It's also going to change to border white. And we're also going to add one more field, overflow hidden, like that. All right. Now you probably won't going to see anything here either, but now we're going to add an image and you're going to be able to see. So add an image element, and the source is going to be /images /default-blue.png. And just like that, it's right here. And you can see when I hover, I get a cool little white border. And for all, you can just put profile. Great, great, great job. And all we have to do is add our name below here. So below this div, just write another div, which is going to have a class name of empty4, text gray 400, text 2xl, text center, group dash hover, text white. Great. And for now, I'm just going to write name. Great. So now when we hover, you can see the name is also highlighted. Great. Now, how do we actually fetch username? Well, we already know how to do that thanks to what we tried in our index right here. So we're going to do the exact same thing in profiles. Write const, open an object, data, which is going to have an alias of user from use current user, like that. And you can import current user from @/hooks use current user that is located in our hooks folder right here. And now that we have our user, we can actually replace the name with user dot name. And just like that, I'm new user. That's what I named my profile. Amazing. Great. We are pretty much finished with our profile screen. All we want to do is we want to redirect to the root / on click. So we're going to do that now. I'm going to add const router, use router from next / router right here. And all I'm going to do is on click, I'm going to write router.push / just like that. And if I try, there we go, I'm logged in. And if I log out, I'm taken to out. Great job. Alright, so in this part of the tutorial, we will be implementing our navigation bar inside our app. So go ahead and just log in your app again. And make sure you're in this index homepage right here. So we're actually going to clean this up a little bit. So let's go into index.tsx and we can actually, well, remove all of this here for now. We don't need the current user and we won't be signing out using our homepage. Instead, what I want to do here is I want to import one component which we are going to create in a moment called Navbar, like this. Right now it doesn't exist. So let's go into components and let's create a new file called navbar.tsx. Great. For now, I'm just going to write navbar and it's going to return a div, which is just going to say navbar for now, and export default navbar like that. And now go back into your index file and just import this navbar from @/components /navbar, which we just created right here. Great. All right. And now let's do some work in the navbar section. So in this main div container, we're going to give it a class. Actually, we're not going to call it div. We're going to call it nav because it's a navigation type. Great. So class name w full. So we use the full width. We're going to make it fixed so it sticks to the top even when we scroll. And we're going to give it a z index of 40 because we want it to be above other things. Great. All right. Now we're going to create another div right here. And let's open up class names and let's start writing some classes. So I'm going to give it an x-axis padding of 4. On bigger screens, I'm going to give it a px16. I'm going to give it a py6. It's going to be a type of flex element. It's going to be a row flex, items center, transition, duration 500, which we're going to need. And for now, I'm also going to put bg sync 900, bg opacity 90, like this. All right. Now, you're not going to see anything, but we're going to add our logo in a moment here. So go ahead and write image. And this image is going to be /images/logo.png. If you're wondering where we got this from, we already imported that when we were creating our Auth screen. Great. So go back into Navbar and let's just style this logo a little bit. Class name here. I want to give it a height of 4, and on LG on large screens, I'm going to give it a height of 7, like that. I think that looks right. And let's give it an alt of logo as well. Great. Now let's add some items here. So open another div element here. Open class name. And I'm going to put flex-row ml-8 gap-7. It's going to be hidden, but on large, it's going to be visible. Great. And in here, we're going to use another component, which is going to be called navbar item, right? So for now, write it like this, even though it does not exist yet. We're going to create it in a moment, so let's leave this error for now and go into your components and create a new file called navbar item.tsx. Great. And just do const navbar item, which is going to return an empty div like that, and export default navbar item just like that. And then we can go here and we can import navbar item from /navbar item. Great. Now let's go into our navbar item and let's create some styling for that. So class name is going to be text-white, cursor dash pointer, text dash, sorry, we already defined our text is white. On hover, it's going to be text gray 300 and transition. Great. And let's just write something like home. Great. And now I'm going to make this a bit more modular. So I'm going to create an interface navbar item props. And inside, I'm going to accept something called a label, which is going to be a type of string. So then we can import react.fc, which is going to accept navbar item props. And just import React as well. Import React from React, like that. And then in these parameters, we can accept the label string. And instead of home, we're going to use that label here. And now we're going to get an error here because we haven't passed any label. So just pass a label here called home. Great. And now we can copy this a few times. And as you can see, we have multiple navigation items. So after home, I'm going to put series because that's how it looks on Netflix. Then I'm going to put films. Then I'm going to say new and popular. I'm going to copy a few more times. After new and popular, we're going to put my list. And lastly, we're going to put browse by languages. Like that. Amazing. Great. Now, after we finish this part of the div, we're going to create another one right here on the right side, which is going to be our profile menu. Great. So outside this div element, create another div element, which is going to have a class name of LG hidden. So we want to hide it on large screens. Flex row items center gap to ML8 cursor dash pointer, and it's going to be relative. This is actually going to be visible on mobile screens. All right. Create a paragraph inside and write browse. And it's going to have a class name of text white, text sn. All right. You can actually hide this a little bit like this. So now you can see that when we are on smaller screens, all of our items are hidden and it's replaced by this browse element right here, because we want to make this responsive before we move on into the profile thing first. So I'm just going to collapse this screen a little bit so we can see what we're working with. Great. All right. And now we have to put a little icon here. So go into React icons and let's search for maybe chevron. All right. I like this BS chevron down. So that's what I'm going to use. So go in here and import BS chevron down from React-icons BS, like that. And let's just paste this BS chevron down right here. And let's give it a class name of text-white, like that. I think that that looks a good size, but let's give it some more classes. I want to give it a width of 4 maybe. Actually, no need for that. So just leave that. And it's going to have a transition. And let's leave it like that for now. Great. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create our mobile menu for this list of items right here. All right, so create a new component here called mobile menu, like that. And we're going to get an error because it doesn't exist. So just go into your components and create a new file called mobile menu.tsx. Great. We're going to import React from React, and we're going to write an interface, which is going to say mobile menu props. Inside, we're going to have a visible prop, which is going to be optional, and it is a Boolean. So mobile menu is a type of React functional components which accepts mobile menu blocks, just like that. And the parameter it accepts is visible. All right, and if it isn't visible, we're just gonna return null. Otherwise, we're gonna open up a div and we're gonna write some classes. So class name, BG black, W56, absolute, top 8, left 0, PY5, flex, call, border 2, border gray, 800, and finally flex in the end as well. Great. And now another div inside of that, which is going to be like an inner container. Flex, flex dash call gap 4. And now let's write some items. Inside this div, you can write home. I'm just going to separate this a bit so you can see better. All right. And we're going to style this home px3 text center text white hover underline like that. All right. And let's export default mobile menu. All right. Let's go back into our navigation bar and let's import mobile menu the same way we did with navigation item like this. All right. And now we're going to have to make this mobile menu be actually dynamic. For example, I can trigger visible right now and you can see how it shows home. This is supposed to trigger once we click on browse. So let's create that functionality. Let's go here and let's create a new state called show mobile menu, set show mobile menu. And use state is going to be false by default. Make sure you import use state from React like that. Great. And now we're just going to write a simple function called toggle mobile menu. It's going to be type of use callback. Make sure you put the dependency array. And all we're going to do is set show mobile menu is going to use current value, and we're just going to reverse the current, whatever it is. Great. And now on this div click, we can actually trigger to show or hide our menu. So on click, toggle mobile menu, and visible is not longer going to be hard coded. Instead, I'm going to write show mobile menu right here. So now if we click, you can see how it appears. But on desktop, that's not even going to be an option. Great, that's exactly what we want. We want this to be responsive like that. Now let's go into mobile menu one more time and let's add some other classes here. So along home, I also want to have series. I also want to have films. I also want to have new and popular. And I also want to have my list. And I also want to have browse by languages. All right, so now if we click on browse, you can see we have a much bigger list, which is exactly the same as our large screen. Amazing job. All right, let's go back into Navbar now. And after this mobile menu here, we're going to create our profile menu right here. So write another div, and I'm just going to expand a little bit so we are on large screen. All right. And in here, we're going to style this div again. We're going to write flex dash row, ML auto, gap 7 items center. All right. And inside that div, we're going to create another div called class name, text gray 200, hover text gray 300, cursor dash pointer, and transition. All right, and we can write search. And you can see the search appears here now. So let's replace this search with an actual icon. So I'm just going to do a little search here to see what we can import. All right, I like this one, BS search. So I'm going to import that from BS chevron down, also BS search as well. So we're going to replace search with BS search like this. Great. And you can see we can hover on it. It looks really, really nice. Great. And just below that, I want to copy this exactly. So we have two search icons here, but we're going to replace one with a bell. And I think we can use BS bell as well, so we are consistent. All right, BS bell, like that. And replace BS search with BS bell. And great, now we have a search and we have a bell. Great. And one more element I want to add here is our menu, right? So this is where our profile is going to be. So in this div below BS bell, you're actually going to add class name, flex, flex-row, items-center, gap-2, cursor, dash pointer, and relative. Because this is also going to be collapsible and hidden on mobile as well. All right, and now let's create another div inside of that and write a class name of w6h6lg width 10, lg height 10, rounded md, overflow hidden. All right, you can see we have a little element here, but nothing is visible in here yet. And now I'm just going to write an image element in here, and it's going to default to /images/default-blue.png. And we already have that imported from our last tutorial where we added the profile screen. So in public images, I have default-blue.png. And you can see it's right here. Amazing, amazing job. All right, now I want to add a chevron down icon here as well. So I'm just going to copy this chevron down icon here. Just like that. All right. And now we're going to write another menu called account menu. We don't have that yet. So as always, we're going to get an error. So just let's go back into our components and create account menu.tsx file. For now, just write account menu and return a div. Export to default account menu. Go back into navigation bar and import. You need to have navbar item, mobile menu, and account menu for now, and you should not get any errors. So go into account menu for now, and let's go and import some stuff here. So let's import sign out from next-auth/React. Let's import React from React as well. All right, let's write our interface. Interface account menu props is going to have a visible optional parameter, which is a type of Boolean. And account menu is going to be a type of React functional component, which is going to accept account menu props right here. And in our parameters, we're going to accept visible. Great. And same thing, if it's not visible, I'm just going to return null. Great. And now let's style this element so it looks like something. So class name, bg, black, w56, absolute position, top 14, right 0, ey 5, flex, call, border -2, border -gray -800, flex. All right. Inside of that, another div is going to happen. And let's style that flex flex-call gap-3. All right, and now we will create a container for our profile image. So class name px-3 group/item flex row gap 3 items-center and w full. All right, so you've already seen the group thing happen, but you probably haven't seen group-item. Group-item is just a way that we can target multiple groups inside another group. So group/item. All right. And now let's add an image here. And image is going to be at images default blue.png. Great. And the class name for this is going to be w8 rounded-md. All right. And below that class name, we're going to add a paragraph, which is just going to be For now, username. And let's add some class name here. So text-white, text-sm, group-hover/item, __. All right. And now let's just go into our navbar and let's just put visible right here so we can see what we're working with. So this is what we created. Amazing. We can now see like a list of profiles right here. Great. And now let's add the sign out button right here. So create an HR element right here. And let's just style this line a little bit. So bg gray 600 border 0 h pixel my4. All right, this looks much better. And one last element right here. Class name bg gray 600 border. Oh, my bad. I was looking at the line above. px3 text-center text-white text-sm hover underline. Oh, and this is a typo. It's class name with 2s, and just write sign out of Netflix like that. And we're gonna write an onClick element right here. Sorry, event right here, which is gonna trigger the sign out like that. And now we just have to trigger this so it actually opens and closes once we click this little icon. So let's go back into navbar and let's go ahead right here. You can just duplicate this code right here. Instead of show mobile menu, it's going to be show account menu and set show account menu. You can also copy the toggle mobile menu and just write toggle account menu and change set show mobile menu to set show account menu. All right. Now you're going to use this show account menu in this hard-coded visible account menu param right here, like this. Great. And you're going to add an onClick to this element right here. Let me just separate it a bit. So after the bell, we have this div right here. And on that element, I want you to add an onClick, which is going to have toggle account menu like that. So if we click and click again, you can see it opens and closes. Great. And now what I want to do is I just want to rotate this chevron when it's opened and rotate it down when it's closed, because it's very simple to do so. So we have this BS chevron down right icon right here. And I'm just going to replace this string with curly brackets for now. And inside, I'm going to put this template literal strings. Great. Now, it should not change anything. But one thing I'm going to add is I'm going to add a $, and I'm going to open curly braces, and I'm going to use a conditional called show account menu. If we are showing account menu, I want to rotate the icon for 180. Otherwise, I want to rotate it back to 0. Great. So if you try now, you can see that the icon actually has a very smooth rotation. Great. And I want to do the same thing for our browse right here. This one is good, but our browse is missing that. So I'm going to just go ahead, go into BS chevron down right here, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to open curly braces here. I'm going to add this template literal string. I'm going to open this curly braces with a $, and say show mobile menu question mark rotate 180, otherwise rotate -0. Great. And if you try now, we have the exact same effect. Good job. You just finished the navigation bar. And now I want to add one more effect in this navigation bar, and that is that I want to make it go dark when we scroll. Right now, we can't really see what's going on because we don't have a lot of elements here, but we want to make it a bit cooler that when we scroll, we want to add like a dark background, and otherwise we want to keep it transparent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little constant here called top_offset. It's going to be 66. 66 is just the number at where the animation starts to look good. Basically, it's the offset to how much the user is going to scroll down. So we want to catch it around 66. And I'm going to add use effect, which you can import from React right here. Don't forget to end your dependency array. And what you're going to do here is you're going to write a function called const handle scroll. Open the function and just write if window that scroll y is bigger or equal than top underscore offset, and you want to return set show background to true. Otherwise, set show background to false. And of course, we have to add this as well, and you can just copy this and replace show background, and replace this one with set show background. Just like that. Great. And now that we have this handle scroll function right here, we need to add our event listeners. So write window.add event listener. It's going to listen to scroll event and just write handle scroll. And very important, we also have to remove the event listener on our unmount function. Unmount functions in useEffect are written like this. So return an arrow function, and inside you want to write window.remove event listener scroll, and just write handle scroll again. Perfect, amazing job. And now we're gonna have to use this show background value to change the background of our main div. All right, so in here, I'm gonna replace this with template literals. Do the same thing, like that. Great. And now I'm just gonna add a little condition here. So I'm gonna remove this BG sync and BG opacity here, and I'm gonna write that in a literal. So open up these curly brackets and say show background question mark BG dash sync dash and 100 BG dash opacity dash 90. Otherwise, we don't want any kind of background. Great. All right, so I just modified my index just a little bit. Do not write this. You don't have to write this. I just want to show you why we did this event listener thing. Why did we write this use effect? Well, I want you to be able to have a transparent navigation bar in the beginning, but when we start to scroll, I wanted to get this nice background. So that's why we are doing that. All right. Alright, so in this part of the tutorial, we'll be building our Billboard section, or our main hero video, which is going to load a random video every time we refresh the page. So the way I want to start this is I want you to go into my Netflix repository, and you're going to find a file here called movies.json. Don't worry, all of these movies are going to be in our database, but I just put it here so you can actually insert them into the database right here. So open movies.json in my repository. The link is going to be in the description, and all of these are going to be our movies which we're going to add into the database right now. And if you actually go into our Prisma schema right here and look at the movie model, you will see that we actually have the title, we have the description, we have video URL, we have thumbnail URL, we have genre, and we have duration. And of course, we are missing the ID because this is JSON, but ID will be generated by Mongo objects. All right, so have this file opened, and now let's go and let's add all of those movies into this movie collection right here. So make sure you're not in account, for example, make sure you select movie right here. I'm gonna zoom in a bit everything, and go ahead and click insert document. Great. Now, first field we're gonna add is gonna be title. And go ahead here and just copy Big Buck Bunny from here. Great. Now add another field. It's going to be called description. And just copy the description. Then another field after that is going to be called the video URL. And just copy the video URL MP4 file. Great. Below that, we need our thumbnail URL. And just copy the thumbnail URL PNG image. Next, add the genre, which in this case is comedy. And last, add duration, which is 10 minutes. And click insert. Great, now we have our first movie. I'm gonna do the same thing for all of this, so I'm probably gonna speed up this part of the video, but you just follow along and do the same thing. So just as we did for Big Bunny, you wanna do for Sintel, Tears of Steel, and Elephant's Dream as well. Alright, so I added all 4 movies in my database, and this is what it looks like. So pay special attention to video URL and thumbnail URL. So when you're copying this, make sure you're copying it inside like this and not copy the entire thing, because you're gonna add this annotations which might mess up the string. So make sure it's just a pure string which ends in .mp4, and for images make sure it ends in .ypj or png, whatever it is, right? It should look something like this. So Big Buck Bunny, the description, video URL that looks like this. Great. So you should have all of that here. Perfect. And now that that is saved, we have completed our movie models. And now I'm going to create a new route called random. So you can close all of this. Make sure you have your project running. All right. And go into Pages API and create a new route called random.ts. Inside, import next API request, next API response from next. Great. Then you're gonna import Prisma DB from add/lib/Prisma DB, and you're gonna import server out from add/lib/server out. Remember, we created server out a couple of parts recently in order to authenticate our routes. Great. So open a handler right here, and it's going to be, export default asynchronous function called handler. Open parentheses and type request, which is type of next API request, response, which is type of next API response, and open the function. All right. First things first, we're going to limit this function to only work on get request method. So write if request that method is not equal to get, we're going to return response status 405 and end the call. Now we can open our try and catch block. But before we we can open a try and catch block. And inside of that, first thing we're going to do is say await server out, and we're going to send the request right here. Great. Now let's catch any errors. So console log error, and just return response status 400. All right. Perhaps you might be wondering, why are we only doing server out and we are not extracting the current user? Well, we don't have to extract it. It returns it, but all we want to do is I want to check if we are logged in, because this is going to throw new error if it cannot find this user. And that's exactly what we want here. So this is all we have to do. And now let's find our random movie that will be loaded every time we refresh the page. So first we need to get the movie count. So movie count is equal to await prisma.db.movie.count, because we want to get the count of all movies in our database without loading them. Next, what we want to do is we want to create a random index using this movie count. So const random index is equal to math.random multiplied by movie count, like that. This is going to generate a random integer from the movie count. And now we want to actually find the random movie object from the database. So const random movies is going to be equal to await prisma.db.movie.findMany. We're going to take only one, and we're going to skip a random index. So we're going to using pagination to make our algorithm for a random movie. Great. And now what we want to do is return response status 200.json. And now be careful, we want to write random movies this is an array. We only want one movie. So just pick the only one inside. Why do I know it's going to be 0, the only one? Well, because I explicitly say take only one from this many movies. Great. We have our working random endpoint now, which is going to be accessible in API/random. Great. Now I want to create a new hook called use Billboard.ts. All right. In here, we're going to import use SVR from SVR and import fetcher from @/lib/fetcher. Great. And now let's define const use Billboard and const extract data, extract error is loading from use SVR, which is going to target /API/random and use a fetcher. But we're also going to open an options object here, and we are going to disable revalidation here. So revalidate if stale is going to be false. Revalidate on focus is going to be false. Revalidate on reconnect is going to be false as well. The reason we want to do this is I just want to show you what options SVR has. For example, for this one, it's going to be a pretty static data. We only want it to load once the user visits the page and not every time they lose focus out of the window and stuff like that. If you want to, you can completely remove these objects, but for now, I just want to keep it like this. And return data error is loading like that. And don't forget to export default use Billboard. Great. And now I want you to go into pages index.tsx. And right below our navbar, we're going to add a new component called Billboard. Now, again, this Billboard component doesn't exist, so let's go ahead and create one. In components, create a new file called Billboard. And in this Billboard, we're going to import React from React. And for now, just write const Billboard and return a div. And export default Billboard like that. And now let's just import it right here. Great. Now we have our Billboard. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to fetch the data for a random movie. All right. So just to see if it's working, I'm going to stretch this a little bit and I'm going to open my network tab right here. And I'm going to import the hook called use Billboard right here. And we will have our data. So let's see. We initialize the random call, and as you can see, it picked a random movie. In this case, it's Tears of Steel. Right here. All right, we can close this now, and I'm just going to center this. Great, now we have some data to work with. And now let's style this so it looks like something, right? So class name is going to be a relative, and it's going to be h dash open square brackets 56.25 VW. This means it's going to use the 16.9 aspect ratio, which our movies are loaded in. All right. Now inside, let's add the video element. So video source is going to be, it's not going to be a string. It's going to be data $.video URL like that. And as you can see, we are actually having a video right here. Great. Now we have to add some more styles. So let's add poster, which is going to be data $.poster URL. Sorry, thumbnail URL. And as you can see, we have our thumbnail now. Great. Let's collapse these elements a bit, just so it's clearer to see. All right, and let's add some more options here. So let's add autoplay. And let's also make sure it's muted. And let's also make sure it's playing on a loop. Great. And as you can see, it's actually loading a random movie and playing it. Amazing, amazing job. This already looks great. And now let's add some class names to this. So class name, and let's write W full H dash, open square brackets again. It's going to be again 56.25 VW object dash cover brightness dash open square brackets 60%. Great. Now we added like a little fade over this video. Great, great job. Now let's add transition and let's add duration. In fact, actually, we don't need this. You can just keep it like this. Great. Now below this video, let's add another div. And this div is gonna hold our title and our description. So let's style the div first. It's gonna be an absolute element. Give it a top offset of 30%, so open square brackets. On medium devices, it's gonna be top 40%, so it looks a bit better. Give it an ML of 4, and on MD, ML of 16, like that. All right. Now inside, let's write our title. So open a paragraph element here and just write data dot title. All right, you probably cannot see it now, but it is right here, Elephant's Dream. But let's style it a bit. So class name on the paragraph, which says text dash white, text dash 1XL. Now it looks a bit better. On MD, we want to use text dash 5XL, so it looks even bigger. We're going to give it a full height. And for the width, we want to give it a 50%. All right. On LG, we want to use text dash 6XL, so it's even bigger. We want to use font dash bold to make it a bit thicker. And I'm also going to add drop dash shadow dash XL, like this. And I just want to collapse all of this. I want you to see this very nicely, so you don't miss anything. I know it's a lot of classes, but Tailwind allows us to work really fast and make great designs. Great, now this is looking like a title. Amazing job. Now let's add the description in the same way. So below that, open a paragraph and just write data underscore description. Sorry, data dot description. And let's style that as well. So class name. Let's add text dash white. So now we can see the text. Let's add text dash open square brackets 8px. On MD, we're gonna say text LG. Let's give it a margin top of 3. On medium devices, let's give it a margin top of 8. Let's give it a width of 80%. On medium devices, let's give it a width of we will give it a width of 80% on medium devices, but on mobile devices, we're going to give it 90%, like that. On large devices, we're going to give the width of 50%. And we're going to add drop dash shadow that XL. Great. This is looking absolutely amazing. All right. So now let's go below this. And in here, we're going to create a button. So create a button element like this and write more info. All right. You probably cannot see anything now, but it's right here. Great. And now let's give it some class names. Sorry, first let's edit the container of this button. So class name is going to be flex dash row, items dash center, empty 3, MD empty 4, and gap 3. All right. Now let's style the button. Open class name. And we have some classes to write. BG is going to be white. Text is going to be white. BG dash opacity is going to be 30%. It's going to be rounded. Let's give it a padding y of 1, but on MD, we're going to give it a padding y of 2. Great. For px, let's give it 2, but on MD, let's give it px 4, let's say. That looks about nice. W is going to be auto. Text is going to be extra small, but on large screens, we're going to use text large. All right. Let's bold the font a bit. So font dash semi-bold. Let's use flex, flex dash row, items dash center. On hover, we're going to add VG dash opacity dash 20 and transition. Great. Now this is looking amazing. All right, now I want to add a little icon here in this button. So just go ahead and add info. And let's see which one. I think AI outline info circle looks great. So I'm going to import that. So import AI outline info circle from React dash icons slash AI, like that. All right. And before more info, I'm just going to use this AI outline info circle. And let's give it a class name of MR1. Great. And on MD, let's give it, actually, MR1 is just fine. I think this looks good. Great. Great job. We have successfully finished our billboard. Now, if you can refresh, you see that we're loaded again. Sometimes the movie is going to repeat because we only have 4 movies, but you can see every time it's a different one. Good job. All right, so in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create a movie list below our billboard. So let's go ahead and let's close everything up. And let's go into our Pages API and let's create a new folder called Movies. And inside, create a new file called index.ts. Great. You're going to import Next API request, Next API response from Next. All right. We are also going to need to import PrismaDB from @/lib/PrismaDB. And we're going to import server auth from @/lib/server auth. Great. Now export default asynchronous function called handler, which is going to have a request, which is type of Next API request, and also response, which is type of Next API response. Great. First, let's limit this API call to only get request method. So if request that method is not equal to get, return response status 405 and end the call. Great. Now let's open our try and catch block. Let's console log the error. And let's return response status 400.end. Great. Now in our try block, first we're going to run server. We're going to run await server auth with the request parameter sent. Great. This is going to authenticate this route. And now let's load all of our movies. So const movies is equal to prisma.db.movies.movie.find many. That's it. I forgot to add await in front of this function, so make sure you do that. I'm going to find that later on. Return response status 200.json movies. Excellent. We have finished our movies API. Now let's create another hook. This hook is going to be called useMovieList.ts. Just like this, useMovieList.ts. All right, and let's import useSVR from SVR, and let's import fetcher from @/lib/fetcher. Great. Define the hook const useMovieList and export data error and is loading from useSVR, which is going to target, you guessed it, /API/movies. It's going to use the fetcher. Let's open some options and let's disable too many revalidations here. So revalidate xtail is going to be false. revalidate on focus is going to be false as well, and revalidate on reconnect is going to be false again, because we don't need that many API recalls. And just return data, error, and is loading. Great. Don't forget to export default use movie list, just like that. All right. Now I want to go back into, let's close everything up just so it's a bit clearer. And I want to go back into pages index.tsx. And in here below the billboard, I'm going to add a component called movie list, just like that. And I'm also going to wrap it in a div right here, because we can have multiple movie lists. And add a class name to this div called pb-40. Great. We're going to get an error because movie list doesn't exist right now. So let's go ahead and let's create this component. Movie list.tsx. Great. Const movie list. And simply let's return an empty div just to fix the error for now. Export default movie list. All right. And let's import movie list from our components, and the error should go away. Great. Now let's get to importing. So import React from React, and let's import this empty from Lodash. Now we don't have Lodash, so let's go ahead and install that. In your terminal, write npm install Lodash. And also add npm install -d, capital D, add types /Lodash. Great. All right, our movie list is going to accept a couple of items. It's going to accept data and it's going to accept title. So let's write an interface for that. Interface movie list props is going to be data, which for now is going to be a record, string, comma, any. All right, and title is going to be a type of string. And this actually isn't going to be an object, it's going to be an array, right? So just make sure it's an array. All right. Now let's check with Lodash if our array is empty. So if is empty data, and just return null, because we don't want to render any empty data here. And let's add this type. So react.fc is equal to movie list props, like that. Great. And for our title, well, we're going to use that in a second. So let's style this div first. Class name px4. On medium screens, we're going to have a px of 12. Margin top is going to be 4, and space is going to be space -y space -8, like that. Open another div inside and write a paragraph here. Now our paragraph is going to be our title. Let's give some classes. So class name text-white, text-md, md text is going to be xl. Large text is going to be text 2XL. Font is going to be semi-bold. And margin bottom is going to be 4. Great, great job. All right. And just below this paragraph, I'm going to open another div element right here. And for now, what we're going to do is we're just going to say data.map. And for now, just return an empty div. So just like this, and you can write movie here, and make sure you use the key. So for that, you can actually extract the movie here because we are using proper data. So use movie, and key is going to be movie.id, like that. Great. And let's just style this div. So class name grid-calls-4 gap-2. All right. So now we have to get this data and this title in index. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So first thing this is missing is the title. So let's add title, and we're going to say trending now. All right. And now let's load our movies. So const data, and we're going to give it an alias of movies. And we're going to make sure that default is just an empty array. And we're going to use movie list, our newly created hook. Make sure you import it from add/hooks/use movie list, just like this. And now you can use these movies in the data parameter right here. All right, and the reason we are not seeing anything is because we have to go back into our API movies index.ts file right here, and we forgot to put await in front of prisma.db.movie.findMany. If you put await, go back here, make sure that you are using use movie list and refresh. And just like that, we have trending now right here as our title, and we have this hard-coded 4 movie columns. Great. Now let's turn these movie columns into actual movies with cool Tailwind hover effects. All right. So let's go back into our movie list component and let's replace this div with movie card component. Great. And for the key, we can put the same movie.id. And for data, we're going to give it movie. All right. So movie card doesn't exist for now, but we're just going to go ahead and create it. So go into your components and click on your file, movie card.tsx. Great. Now this component is going to have a lot of classes, so I'm going to be very careful, and I'm going to make sure you can see everything. Right. Import React from React, and let's create an interface movie card props. And let's say data is going to be a record of string any, like this. All right. Const movie card is a React functional component which accepts movie card props. And the parameter it accepts is data. All right. And now let's write our movie card. Make sure you export default movie card. And for now, just return an empty div so we can fix the error here. So go back into your movie list component and import movie card. Great. All right. Now let's start writing some classes. So on the main div, you know, write a class name of group bg-sync -900 whole span relative and age of 12 viewport units, like that. Great. Now inside we're gonna add an image for the movie. So create an image element right here, and the source is going to be data.thumbnail URL. Great. Now we can see our movies. Really cool. All right. And let's put an alt thumbnail. Okay. Why thumbnail URL? Because that's what we added in the database. So here we have it, thumbnail URL, the same way we did video URL for the billboard. All right. Now let's add some styling to this image element. Open class name. And let's write some classes. So it's going to have a cursor dash pointer. It's going to have object dash cover. It's going to have a transition class. We're going to give it a duration. And let's put some shadow. So shadow XL. Let's give it some rounded corners. Great. So now you can see we can kind of have this cursor pointer on it, and it's kind of rounded. Very nice. And some little shadows are appearing here. All right. Next, let's add group dash hover is going to be opacity 90. Now add SM group dash hover opacity is going to be 0. Delay 300, W or width full, and H 12 viewport units. Great, you can see all of our image look bigger now. And as you can see, when we hover, we are actually making them disappear. And there's going to be a reason for that. And you're going to see that in the next div that we are going to create. All right, so below our image class right here, create a new div element And we're going to add some classes here as well. So open class name. And let's write opacity -0, absolute, top -0, transition, duration -200, z10, invisible, sm visible. Sorry, I misspelled visible, so sm visible, delay 300, w full or full width, scale is going to be 0, group dash hover, we're going to have this multiple times now, so group dash hover is going to do scale 110, group dash hover is also going to do minus translate minus y minus 6 viewport units. Group dash hover is also going to do translate without a minus in front, so translate dash x dash 2 viewport units. And we're also going to have group dash hover opacity 100. All right. And now we're going to add another image element here. And you might be wondering, why are we doing this? What is this another image element? Well, you're going to see in a second. This is going to be the cool hover effect, which you saw in the intro video of this tutorial. So create another image element right here. Source is also going to be data.thumbnail URL. Auth is going to be thumbnail as well. All right. And now let's give it some class names as well. Class name. So it's going to have cursor dash pointer. It's going to have object dash cover, transition, duration, shadow dash XL, rounded dash T, dash MD. So only on top we're going to round it. W full or full width. And H is going to be 12 viewport units, like that. And now, if you see, we can actually see how it kind of floats above its initial position and it's kind of scaled. Really cool. And now we're going to add the element below that, which is going to display some movie information. As you can see, it looks really, really cool already. So hang on, and we are almost done with this. So below this image, create another div element. And inside, again, you guessed it, open class name. And let's write z index 10, bg sync 100, p-2, lg p-4, absolute position, full width with w-full, transition, shadow -md, and rounded -b-md. Great. And now I'm just going to add some, we're actually going to fill this bottom element right here. And make sure it's not bg sync 100, I think 800, for example. Yeah, this looks better. So now you see we have this little space below the card. This is where we're going to put the title and some buttons. Great job so far. All right. So let's open another div element here. I think I can kind of space it out for you to see easily. So another div element here. And this one is going to have a class name of flex-row, items-center, gap 3. Inside of that, another div element. For now, we're going to give it an onClick, which is going to be empty. And let's add some classes. So class name is going to be cursor dash pointer. Okay, I'm going to collapse this so you can see easier. Cursor pointer W6 H6. On large screens, it's going to be W10. And on large screens, it's also going to be H10. Background is going to be white. It's going to be fully rounded with rounded dash full. It's going to be a flex element. It's going to be justified in the center. So justify center, items center, transition, hover, bg dash neutral dash 300. All right. And what I'm going to put inside as you can see, we have this empty little icon here. And what I'm going to put inside actually is the play button. So go into React Icons and let's see if we have anything for play. I think this BS fill play is perfect. So I'm just going to copy that and I'm going to import it. So import BS fill play fill from react-icons/BS like this. All right. And now let's just add that in this element, which is styled like this. And as you can see, we have our little play button. So let's just increase its size a little bit, maybe 30. Great, I think 30 looks great. Good job. All right. Create a new paragraph element, which for now is going to say new, and then give it a span. And let's just give it a class name of text-white 2003. And for the main paragraph, we're going to give it a class name of text-green-400, font-semi-bold, and empty-4. Great. So now we have this Netflix style of new 2023 movie. Great. All right. Below this paragraph, create another div element and let's style it. So class name. It's going to be flex-row, empty-4, gap-2, and items-center. And inside this new div element, we're going to have another paragraph here, which is just going to say data.duration. So let's just style the class name here. Text-white, text-10 pixels, but on large is going to be text-sm. Great. So now we're actually loading how long these videos are lasting, which if you remember, is something we loaded in our database here in duration. Great job. All right. A couple of more fields left. Actually, exactly one more field left. So you can actually copy this now and just paste it here like this and replace data.duration with data.genre. Great. You have successfully finished movie cards. In next part, we're going to add the actual play button. We're also going to add a favorite button and some other stuff. Good job. All right, so in this part of the tutorial, we're going to implement the favorite button, which is going to appear right here next to the play button. And we are also going to implement my list below this trending now list, which is going to display only the movies which we have favorited. Great. So let's start by creating a new API route in our API folder called favorite. So favorite.ts. Now, this route is going to be able to handle multiple types of method requests. It's going to be able to handle post request and delete request. So that's what we're going to do. Start by importing next API request and next API response from next. Then import without from Lodash, which we have imported in last part. Import Prisma DB from @/lib/prismadb and import server out. Make sure you spell it correctly. Server out from @/lib/server out. Great. And export default asynchronous function called handler, which accepts the request of type next API request and response of type next API response. All right, open up a try and catch block and let's handle the error first. So catch the error, log the error, and just return response status 400 and for the error. All right, now first let's handle the post method. So if requested method is equal to post, we're gonna do the following. First, we need to get our current user. So const current user from await server out, which accepts the request parameter like that. And then we need const movie ID from request.body. Great. And now let's find the movie using the movie ID. So const existing movie is equal to await prisma.db.movie.findUnique. Open up where, and inside write ID, movie ID, like that. Great. If there isn't an existing movie, we're going to throw new error, which is going to say invalid ID. Great. And now we have to find our user. Sorry, we don't have to find our user. We have to update our user, and we have to push this movie ID in their favorite IDs. If you're wondering what that is, well, we define that in our Prisma schema right here. Our user has a list of favorite IDs which contain a string of object IDs. Great. So go back into favorite.ts in API, and let's write the following. Const user is await prisma.db.user.update. Open an object and write where. So first we need to find it. And we're going to find it using our email. So email current user.email. And just to fix the TypeScript error, do pipe empty string, like that. Great. And now we have to provide the data which we want to update. All right. And that data is going to be favorite IDs. And the way we're going to add them is we're going to use push. And what are we going to push? Well, movie ID. And just like that, this is how we handle updating our user. And we're going to return response status 200.json updated user, like that. Great. And now we handled our post request, but we also have to handle our delete request for when a user wants to unfavorite a movie. So let's do that now. If request.method is equal to delete, we want to do the following. So same thing, const current user from await server auth, which accepts request parameter, and const movie ID from request body, like that. Now, again, let's find the existing movie. Const existing movie is equal to await prisma.db.movie.findUnique, where ID is equal to movie ID, like that. If there isn't an existing movie, we're going to, you guessed it, throw a new error which says invalid ID. Great. And now we have to update our list of favorite IDs. So const updated favorite IDs is going to be a list of our current favorite IDs without this movie ID. And the way we're going to do that is with low dashes without. That's why we imported it right here in the beginning. So we're going to update the current user.favorite IDs list, and we're going to remove movie ID from that list. Great. All right. And now we have to update the user again. So const updated user is going to be await prisma.db.user.update. First, we have to find the user, and we're going to use email for that. So email current user email, and just to fix the TypeScript error, pipe with an empty string. And now let's give it some data to update. That data is going to be favorite IDs, and it's going to be the list of updated favorite IDs, just like that. And return response status 200.json and send updated user inside. Great. And in the end, so we handle the delete method and we handle the post method. But if we get some method which is neither of them, we want to go outside this if delete block and just write return response status 405.end. Great, great job. And now this is the API request to trigger and to remove and to add favorite ID into our list. Now let's create an API route which is only going to load our favorite movies. So go into your API and create a new file called favorites.ts. So not favorite, but favorites.ts. And in here, again, you're going to import next API request, next API response from next. You're going to import Prisma DB from add/lib/prisma-db, and your import server out from add/lib/server out. Great. Now export default async function called handler, which accepts the request of next API request and the response of next API response. And now we have to limit this route only to get method. So if request.method is not equal to get, return response status 405.end. Great. Open up a try and catch block, and let's handle the error first as always. So for development, just log it here and return response status 400.end, like that. And in our try catch, in a try block, it's going to be much simpler than the favorite one. All we're going to do is we're going to get the current user. So const current user from await server auth, which accepts the request parameter. And then const favorite movies is equal to await prisma db.movie.findMany, where ID is in current user dot favorite IDs, like that. So what this is going to do is it's going to find all movies which have a relation to current user favorite IDs list, otherwise known as their favorite movie list. Great. Now return response status 200 with the JSON of favorited favorite movies. Just like that. Great. Now let's create a hook called use favorites, which we're going to use to load this. So close everything for now. Go into hooks and create a hook called use favorites. And in here, you're going to import use svr from svr, and you're going to import fetcher from add/lib/fetcher. Const use favorites is going to be an arrow function which is calling the use svr, in which we are going to get data error is loading mutate from use svr, which is targeting /API/favorites, and it's using a fetcher. And we're also going to update this list. I'm just going to collapse this so you can see better. All right, and the options are going to be revalidate if stale false, revalidate on focus false, and revalidate on reconnect false, because we do not need to do that many API calls. And just return data error is loading and mutate. And don't forget to export default use favorites. One thing I want to bring your attention to is this route. Make sure it's /API/favorites, not favorite, but favorites, because we have a similar route called favorite. But this route is going to be used to add and remove favorite IDs, and favorites is going to be used to fetch all of our favorites. Great. All right. And now we're going to add this button right here. All right. So let's go into our components and let's create a new file called favorite button.tsx. Great. In here, we're going to import Axios from Axios because we are going to do some requests. We're going to import React and use callback and use Memo from React. And we're going to import use current user from hooks use current user, and we're going to import our newly created hook use favorites from hooks use favorites, like that. Let's create the interface called favorite button props And all it's going to have is a movie ID, which is a type of string. Great. So const favorite button is going to be a type of React functional component, which is going to accept favorite button props. It's going to accept one parameter, movie ID. And now let's actually style it. So return an empty div for now and export default favorite button like this. All right. And now let's add this favorite button to our movie card so we can see what we are styling. So we need to add it right here next to this play button. So go into your movie card component in your components, and you're going to add the favorite button right after this play button. So after this div, you're going to add favorite button like this. And you're going to pass movie ID data.movie ID. Sorry, data.id. And just put a question mark right here. So data question mark dot ID is going to be a movie ID, and the favorite button is going to be imported from favorite button dot slash favorite button because we are in the components folder right here. Great. All right. Now we can't see anything, but we're going to fix that shortly. So go back into favorite buttons and let's style this div a little bit. All right. So class name, cursor dash pointer, group slash item, W6, H6, LG is going to be W10, and LG is also going to be height 10. Border is going to be white. Border is going to be 2 pixels width, rounded, full, so it's a circle. We're going to give it some flex. And now we're going to center the elements inside of it. So justify dash center, items dash center. We're going to give it a transition because we're going to have hover border slash neutral slash 300. And if you look, we actually have a little icon right here. Amazing, amazing job. All right. And now we have to have to put an actual icon here. So we're going to use the plus icon as our favorite icon. So let's go into React icons and see what they have in store for us. I want to use this AI outline plus icon. So I'm going to import that from here. Import AI outline plus from react-icons/AI. Great. And I'm going to add that icon here. So AI outline plus. Great. We have to modify it a little bit. So let's give it a class name of text-white and size of 30. Maybe a bit too big. Let's try 25. All right. This looks much, much better. Good job. All right. And now it's time to actually make this favorite button work. But before we do that, I want to create a movie list on the bottom so we can see once we click on this, I want you to show how it appears in our list below. So let's go into our index.js file right here, and let's copy this movie list and let's just add my list. Great. So now you're going to see the exact same thing, but we're going to change the source from where it gets its movies. All right. So right here, you're going to add this const data is going to be called favorites. It's also going to be default array, but we're going to use a different hook called use favorites, like that. And just import use favorites from @/hooks use favorites. Great. And now you can pass this data right here. And it should probably go away because we have no favorites currently. Great. And now let's go back into favorite button. So inside your components, click on the favorite button and let's add some functionality here. All right. So what we're going to have to use is we're going to have to use mutate, and we're going to give it an alias, mutate favorites, and we're going to get that from use favorites. We have imported use favorites right here in @/hooks use favorites. Great. Now we're going to need our current user. So const data, give it an alias of current user, and also mutate use current user like that. And we have imported use current user also from @/hooks/use current user. Great. Now let's create a check variable to see if a movie is favorited or not. So const is favorite. It's going to be a use memo, which you can import from React right here. Great. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a list constant right here, which is going to be current user dot favorite IDs. Or we're going to pipe it and give it an empty array like that. And then we're going to say return list that includes movie ID. So we're going to go and search in our current user in their favorite IDs, and we're going to see if the current list includes the passive movie ID. And we have to add some things to our dependency array. So add current user and add movie ID. Great. All right. Now let's create a function which is going to toggle favorites. So const toggle favorites. It's going to be a use callback, which you can import from React. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function. Don't forget the dependency array. And inside, let's write the following. So that response, if is favorite, we're going to have response to be await axios.delete/API/favorite. And we're going to pass data movie ID. All right. So what are we doing here? Well, once we click toggle favorites, we're going to check if the current movie is favorited. If it is, we're going to trigger the delete Axios request. But if it is not favorite, so if we want to add it to favorites, we're going to change this response to be await axios.post/API/favorite again. But since this is a post method, we don't have to add this explicit data right here. You have to do this for the delete request. So in Axios, you have to write data and then movie ID. But for post request, we can just write movie ID like this. Great. And now just write const updated favorite IDs is response data favorite IDs like that. And now we're going to use this mutate function right here. So mutate, we're going to spread the current user. So we don't want to mutate anything else. And the only field we want to mutate is favorite IDs. Which field? Well, updated favorite IDs. Just like that. And just write mutate favorites as well in the end. Great. And you have to add some dependency arrays here. So let's add movie ID. Let's add this favorite. Let's add current user. Let's add mutate. And let's add mutate favorites. All right. And now I just want to make this icon dynamic. So it's going to be a plus if we are going to add to favorites, but I want it to be a check mark if we have already added it to favorites. So I'm just going to create a new constant here called icon. And if is favorite, we're going to add the check icon. So let's go into React icons and let's see what they have in store for check. And I want to use this AI outline check icon. So I'm just going to import right beside AI outline plus. I'm just going to import AI outline check here. Great. So if is favorite, I'm going to use AI outline check. Otherwise, I'm going to use AI. I'm going to use AI outline plus. Great. And then we can replace this AI outline plus with icon. Great. And now we have a dynamic icon. Great. So let's go ahead and let's add an onClick event to this div. OnClick, and let's say toggle favorites, which we have defined right here. All right. Let's try. And as you can see, we have successfully triggered it to a check state, and it's added and automatically loaded in my list. Amazing, amazing job. Let's try and remove it from the list. Great job. It's working. Amazing, amazing job. All right, so in this part of the tutorial, we're going to implement the actual play button, which we're also going to add in this billboard. And we're also going to create the player route as well. So let's go ahead and close all of this. And let's go into our pages, API, movies. In this folder, create a new file, open square brackets, movie id.ts. Great. So API movies movie id.ts in square brackets. It's very important that this is in square brackets. All right. So import, you already know the drill. Next API request, next API response from next, and import Prisma DB from add/lib/prisma-db, and import server out from add/lib/server out. Great. Export default asynchronous function handler, which accepts the request, which is a type of next API request, and the response, which is a type of next API response. Let's limit this route to the get request. So if request method is not equal to get, return response status 405 and end the call. All right, now let's open the try and catch block. And as always, let's log the error. And let's return response status 400 and end the call as well. And now in this try block, what I want to do is I want to await server out like this and pass it the request parameter. Great. And now let's grab the movie ID from request.query. So where is this request query coming from? Well, in Next.js, when you define a route name like this, so in square brackets, it's going to know that this is going to put that in the request.query. In this case, we named it movie ID, so that's why we know we can search for movie ID here. Great. Let's check what type of movie ID we have sent. So if type of movie ID is not equal to string, let's throw new error which says invalid ID. Great. And let's also check if we don't have a movie ID. In that case, also throw new error invalid ID. All right. And now let's find the movie. So const movie is equal to await prisma-db.movie.find unique, where ID is equal to movie ID from our request parameters. Amazing. And let's just check if the movie exists. So if there isn't a movie, again, throw new error invalid ID one more time. Otherwise, just say return response status 200.json movie. Great, excellent job. And now let's create our use movie hook. So go into hooks and create use movie.ts. Great. Import use svr from svr and import fetcher from add/lib/fetcher. Const use movie is an arrow function which uses use svr. Let's extract data, error is loading, and let's target /API/movies/ and now I made a mistake here. We should use template literals right here, like this. And then you can open $object ID, and it's actually going to accept, use movie hook is going to accept an ID, which is optional, and it's going to be a type of string, like that. Great. So if we have an ID, we're going to fetch this. If we don't, so just add one ternary here. So ID question mark. If we have an ID, we're going to fetch /API/movies/ID. Otherwise, we're not going to fetch anything. All right. We're going to use fetcher and just open some options. I'm going to collapse here so you can see what we are writing. All right. And the options are going to be revalidate if stale false, revalidate on focus false, and revalidate on reconnect false. You can choose not to write this options object, but I prefer it this way. And return data error is loading. Great. And don't forget to export default use movie. Great job. All right. And now let's create our play button component, which we are going to reuse a couple of times. So that's why we are going to put it in a component. Great. So go into your component and create a new file called playbutton.tsx. All right. Import React from React. And let's briefly go into our movie card right here. And let's see what we used for play. I want to use this exact icon. So import bs fill play fill from React icon/bs. I'm going to copy that and paste it here. All right. And let's also import use router from next/router. Great. Let's create an interface for the play button. So play button props is going to accept movie ID, which is a type of string. Const play button is a React functional component which accepts play button props. It accepts one parameter, movie ID. All right. Let's define the router here, use router. And now let's just say return. And for now, let's just put an empty div as always and export default play button. All right. And now I want you to go into the Billboard component so we can add it here and look at what we are designing. Why are we adding those classes? So go into your Billboard right here and let's find a place for this play button. Let's go below description right here. And I think the best place is right before this more info button. So empty space here and just put play button like that. And you can import it from ./play button because they're both in components. All right. And one thing we are missing is the movie ID. So movie ID is equal to data $.id. All right. Let's go back into play button right here and let's start styling it. So open class name here and let's add some styles. It's going to have a BG of white. It's going to be rounded. PY1, but on MD, it's going to be PY2. PX2, but on MD, it's going to be PX4. So it looks nice on large screens. W auto. Text is going to be extra small, but on large is going to be large. We're going to have the font be semi-bold. And we're going to center the items inside of the button. So flex, flex-row, items-center, hover, BG-neutral 300, and transition. All right. And now let's write play. Great. And I just want to add an icon next to that. And for that, we can use this bs fill play fill, which we have imported right here. Like that. And let's just style it a bit. So I'm going to give it a size of, let's see how 20 looks. 30 looks better. Maybe 25. All right, that's perfect. And class name, I just want to give it an mr-1. So it's a bit more space here. Great. And now, one thing I want to replace is this doesn't have to be a div. I think it's better if this is an actual button element. So just change that. Great. So now we have this hover cursor pointer on it. Great. And on click, I'm going to do a simple thing. We're going to open an arrow function, which is going to say router.push, open literal strings, say /watch / open this $ object movie ID. Great. And now actually, if I click, it's going to redirect us to this 404 not found because we're going to build this player in a minute. But for now, we have a working play button. Amazing. And now let's just add this router push as well. into this button in the cards as well. So going to components into movie card, and we have defined this on click, which is empty right here. If you cannot find it, just look for the BS fill play fill icon, which is basically the play icon. And what we want to do is we want to import use router. So import use router from from next/router. Define the router before the return here. So const router is use router. And you can change the onClick to be router.push and open template literals /watch /open $object and just use data $ID. Great. And now you can actually try it here and we should get the same thing. So we are in a 404 page. Great. Now let's create our watch component. So I want you to go into pages right here and you're going to create a new folder called watch. And inside you're going to create a new file, again, curly brackets, square brackets, movie ID.ts. Just like this. It's very important that it has this, the same way it was important in here in movies. But this is now in pages watch. So outside of API folder, this is a client route right here, movie ID. All right. So let's import React from React and let's import use movie from add hooks use movie. Make sure React is imported as lowercase. Great. And let's define const watch. It is an arrow function which uses router. So use router right here. Let's get the movie ID from router.query. I have not imported router, sorry. So import router from next/router. And now we have our movie ID. Great. And now we need to get our movie. So const data is equal to use movie hook, which accepts movie ID. Great. And just a fixed TypeScript as string like this. All right. We have created this use movie before to load the movie. Great. So go back into, oh, I lost the file. All right. Go into watch movie ID. And let's actually style this. So return. Let's create a div. Yeah, make sure that movie ID is not .ts. It needs to be .tsx, like this. All right. So for now, just open and close the div as we always do and export default watch. Great. So now if you actually try and click on this play button here, you will actually not be redirected to 404, but an empty screen because this exists now. So let's go ahead and style it a bit. Class name, hScreen, which means you're using the full screen height, W screen as well, so full screen width, and let's give it a BG of complete blackness. Great. Now let's create a small navigation bar right here. And I'm going to give it some class names. So class name is going to be fixed, full width. It's going to have a padding of 4 with P4, Z10. It's going to be a flex element, flex row, items-center, gap 8, BG black, BG opacity 70. All right. And now I'm going to add an arrow back function. So let's see what arrows we have. All right. I want to use this AI outline arrow left. So import AI outline arrow left from react-item/AI. And let's just put it here. All right. Let's add some color. Class name. Text white. And for size, let's try 30, maybe even 40. Yeah, something like that. And next to this class, I want to add a paragraph, which will say which will have another span inside, which is going to say watching. And outside span is just going to be data question mark dot title, like this. All right, now let's style the span. So span is going to be class name of font dash light. And the main paragraph is going to have a class name of text dash white, text dash 1XL, but on larger screens, it's going to have text 3XL, and it's going to be font bold. Great, so now we have watching Elephant's Dream. Okay, and outside this nav, I'm going to add a video element. And the source is going to be data question mark video URL. All right, and now let's give it some styles. Class name H full W full. And now we have to give it some attributes. So auto, play, and controls. All right, and just like that, we have a working player. Amazing. All right, let's just add this back button and let's enable it. So on click of this AI outline arrow left, I want to bring us back to the main screen. So on click, open an arrow function and just write router.push and just put an empty slash. Great. And now if I click here, I'm back. And we can try and play Sintle, for example. It's going to load Sintle. And we will be watching Sintle. Amazing. All right. And now I just want to add a cursor pointer on this button right here. So give it a class name of cursor dash pointer. So now, yeah, now it has this nice button effect. Amazing job. Only one more thing left, and that is the info model. Great job. All right, so in this part of the tutorial, we will be creating our last component, which is the info model, which is going to trigger on this more info button right here. And we're also going to add another button right here, which is going to be like an arrow down function, like on Netflix, which is going to open up a nice little model. So let's go ahead and let's close everything up. And let's create a new hook called useinfomodel.ts. All right. In here, we're going to have to import a new package. So go ahead in your terminal and run npm install systand. Systand is a nice little global state management library. If you want, you can implement this with React context or even Redux if you want to. But I think systand is just lightweight enough for this. So import create from systand like this. And now let's export the model store interface. So export interface, model store interface, and it's going to have a movie ID, which is optional, and it's a type of string. It's going to have an isOpen boolean, and it's going to have open model function, which is going to handle movie ID, which is going to be a string, and it's going to have a close model function, which is just going to be a void, like this. Great. And now let's define the hook. So const useinfomodel is going to be create, open pointy brackets, and put in model store interface, like that. And open the function, open another function, and write set, because that is the parameter we have. Open an arrow function, open another function, and open an object like this. All right, so we're going to set the default movie ID, which is going to be undefined. Next, we're going to write is open, which is going to be false by default. Next, we're going to write open model, which is going to accept movie ID, which is a type of string. And now we're going to use this set parameter, which we have right here. And we're going to say, we're going to open an object and say is open true movie ID. All right, this movie ID is a shorthand for movie ID ..movie ID, but you can just write this. And let's write on close, which is just going to set everything on default. So is open is going to be false, and movie ID is going to be undefined, like that. All right, and let's export default use info model. All right, and we have this on close. I named it incorrectly. It's close model in the interface, and just named it close model right here. Great. Now let's create our info model component. So go into your components and create a new file called info model.tsx. All right. Now import React and import use callback, use effect, and use state from React. Make sure React is lowercase. Next, we're going to import the close button. So go into React icons and let's see what we have under close. I want to use this AI outline close. So import AI outline close from React-icons/AI, like that. All right. Now we're going to have play button. So import play button from ./play button, import favorite button from ./favorite button, and import use info model from @hooks/use info model, and import use movie from @/hooks/use movie. We have created all of this in previous parts of the tutorial. Great. Now let's create the interface. So interface info model props, and it's going to accept visible, which is optional, and a type of boolean, and it's also going to accept on close. For now, you can just put any. All right. Now let's write const info model. It's a React functional component that accepts info model props. All right. The parameters which we are going to get in this component is visible and on close. And now let's create a state for visible. So is visible, set is visible, use state, and the default value is going to be visible, but we have to turn it into a boolean. So just make sure you put double exclamation points like this. All right, now let's fetch the movie ID. Const movie ID. Where do we fetch the movie ID from? Well, from the use info model right here, we have defined the movie ID in this global state. So that's where we're going to fetch it from. So use movie ID from use info model, like that. And let's also fetch some data from the movie. So data, which is default an empty object, from use movie. And we're going to pass in movie ID right here. Great. Now let's create a use effect. Use effect. Make sure you put the dependency right here. And in here, I'm just going to put set visible on every new visible change that we get. And make sure you put visible in your dependency array. Great. Now let's write the handle close function. So const handle close is going to be a use callback. Make sure you put the dependency array again. And let's write the following. So set is visible is going to be false. Set timeout. This is going to be a little trick so we can play a cool animation in our model. So set timeout and actually call the onClose function here. Great. And we're going to timeout it for 300 milliseconds. Great. All right. And now just remember to put onClose in your dependency array. Okay. If it is not visible, we're just going to return no. But if it is visible, we're going to return our info model. So for now, just return a div and export default info model. Great. Now I want you to go into your pages, index.tsx, and I want you to go right here and import info model. Great. And I want you to import it from add/components/info model, since it is right here. All right. And let's give it a default visible option here. And for onClose, let's just give it an empty function for now. All right. So you're not going to see anything now, but we're going to change that in a moment. So go back into your info model and let's write some code. All right. Class name. First, we have to create a big overflow to actually create this model. So give it a big Z index of 50, transition, duration 300, BG black, BG opacity 80, flex justify center, items center, overflow X hidden, overflow W, sorry, overflow Y auto, make sure it's fixed, and inset 0. All right, now let's go ahead and let's create an inner div, which is going to have the following classes. It's going to have relative, W auto, MX auto, max W3XL, rounded MD, and overflow hidden. All right. Now inside, let's write another div. Let's give it a class name of the following. So I'm going to change this in just a second. So open this curly brackets and write the template literals instead. All right. And now we're going to use this is visible. So it's visible. Give it a scale 100. Otherwise, give it a scale 0. All right. Now give it a transform, duration 300, relative, flex auto, BG sync 900, and drop dash shadow dash empty. All right. And now let's go inside this div and create another div. And this div is going to have a class name of relative age-96. Inside this relative age-96, we're going to implement the video. All right. And let's give it a source of data $thumbnail, video URL. And let's give it a poster of data $thumbnail URL, like that. Let's just collapse these elements. Let's give it some attributes: autoplay, muted, and loop. All right. And now let's give it some class name. Class name is going to be W full brightness dash open curly brackets, open square brackets 60%. Object dash cover age dash full. All right. Now let's just see why we are not seeing anything. Oh, all right. We are not seeing anything because I have not run my project. So go into terminal and write npm run dev. All right, so now you can see we have our model and we have this little block inside. Great. All right. Now let's add a close button in after this video here. So div, let's give it an on click. For now, it's just going to be an empty click. And let's give it some classes. Class name. Cursor dash pointer, absolute top dash 3, right dash 3, h dash 10, w dash 10, rounded dash full, bg dash black, So you can see we have like a little circle right here. Let's give it an opacity of bg-opacity 70. Let's give it a flex, items center, and justify center, like that. All right. And now let's use this AI outline close icon right here to put the icon inside. So right here, just put AI outline close like this. And let's give it a class name of text-white. Great. And let's also give it a size of maybe 20, like that. Great. So now if you hover, you can see we have this cute little close button right here. Great. All right. Below this div element, which is holding our close button, let's open another div and let's give it a class name of absolute bottom dash 10% left 10. All right. And inside, open a paragraph, which is going to say data ?title. Open class name and write text-white text 3XL MD text 4XL H-full LG text 5XL font-bold MB8. All right. And now let's add some buttons. So div element below the paragraph with the class name of flex-row, gap-4, items-center. And let's just include the play button, which accepts movie ID from data ?.id. And it also includes favorite button as well. Great, so now we have play and favorite button right here. All right. Now let's go completely outside this div right here with the relative 96. So outside this div, write another div, which is going to have a class name of px12 py8. This is going to be our model body. All right. In here, I want you to create a paragraph, which is going to say new. I want to give it a class name of text-green-400 and font-semi-bold and text LG. All right. And below that, create another paragraph, which is going to have data ?duration. Give it a class name of text-white text-LG. And you can copy this a couple of more times since they're exactly the same. It's going to have data ?genre and description. Great. Now let's actually put some data here, and let's use this handle close button here. So we have this handle close method right here, and let's place it in here on click like this. Great. So now go into your index.tsx right here, and let's see what we have to do to trigger this model. So visible is actually going to be not hard coded. It's actually going to be from our isOpen close model use info model hook. You can import use info model hook from /hooks/use info model. So write isOpen for visible right here, and for onClose, just put close model like this. Great. So now you can refresh. All right. And now let's go back into our Billboard. So we actually add some action to this more info button. So go into Billboard. All right. Find the more info button. In this case, it's right here. And I want you to create another function here called const handle open model, which is going to be a use callback from React. Make sure you put the dependency array right here. And all you're going to do is open model data ?.id. All right, so we are missing the open model. So let's just do that real quick right here. Const open model is equal to use info model hook right here. You can import the use info model hook from @/hooks use info model. Great. All right. And now we have to put open model in the dependency array and data on the question mark ID. Great. Copy this handle open model function and find the more info button, and inside this button create an on click, which is going to write handle open model. Great. And now if we click on more info, you see we actually have this info model which loads the elephant's dream. And if we click play from here, we are redirected to the player. Great. And we can actually click on plus icon and it's going to turn into favorites. And right here is going to add into our favorites here. Great. And now we have to add another button into these cards. So go ahead and close everything and go into your components, into movie card right here. Great. All right. Now we have to import open model here as well. So open model from, use info model hook. You can import use info model hook from @/hooks/use info model right here. And what I want you to add is another button next to this favorite button. And the way I'm going to do that is create another div element here and give it a class name of cursor-pointer ml-auto group/item w-6 h-6 lg-w10 lg-h10 border-white border-2 rounded-full flex justify center. Let's give it items that center as well. Let's give it transition and hover border-neutral-300. And I'm just gonna collapse everything here because we have a lot of classes and I made a mistake, so it's group. Great, so now you can see this. All right. And now I just want to put an icon here. So let's go into React icons and let's write chevron. And I want to use this BI chevron down icon. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to import BI chevron down from React-icons/BI. All right. And now go into your newly created div right here and just paste the BI chevron down button. All right, let's see how this looks. All right, we have this new button here. I just want to give it a couple of classes. So class name, text-white, group-hover/item, text-neutral, 300 W4. Actually, this is enough. All right. Great. Now let's just give it a larger size. So size 30 could be right. Great. And what I want to do now is add an onClick here, which is just going to say an arrow function open model data !.id. So if I try from here, you can see it loads Big Bug Bunny. Excellent, excellent job. You have successfully finished the entire project. Good job. One thing we missed though, we have the username right here. So I just want to fix that to load our actual name. So go into your components, go into account menu. And in here, you're just gonna fetch your current user. So data use current user like this. You can import use current user from hooks current user and just replace username with data (name). If you try now, it's writing your own name, and you can actually test this out. Amazing, amazing job. All right, so to end the video, I'm going to show you how to deploy this on Vercel. So go into your GitHub and create a new repository. In my case, it's going to be Netflix deploy tutorial. You can choose public or private, create a repository. All right, now in here, you see I have 19 changes here, so make sure you commit all of those. So I'm going to go in my terminal, git add, git commit.m, final. All right. And now, since this is an existing repository right here, I'm going to add this origin right here and push everything. All right. And if I refresh right here, you can see I have this Netflix deploy tutorial right here. All right. And now, in order to deploy on Vercel, we need to not have any warnings in our project. But as you can see, we have this warning right here for every image that we are not using. So I want you to go into slint.rc.json right here, and we're going to add our own rule. So open the rules object and write at next/next/no-image-element and just write off. All right, now let's test our project and see if we have any more warnings. So go ahead and run npm run length. All right, great. Now let's go in our Vercel dashboard. Now make sure when you create your Vercel account, you create it with GitHub. If you don't, you're gonna have to connect GitHub additionally. So go ahead and click add new project. And it's actually gonna recommend you this repository right here. If you made it private, you might need to do some more options here, but just make it public and it's gonna be right here. Click import. All right. And now we have to add some environment variables right here. And if you remember, we do have some of them. All right. So database URL is first. So let's copy database URL here and paste it here and click add. NextAuth JWT secret is next. Let's paste that as well. NextAuth secret, next. Paste that as well. Then we have our GitHub ID. Paste that. We have our GitHub secret. Paste that. We have our Google client ID. Make sure you copy the entire. And Google client secret. Make sure you also copy the entire one. All right. And now let's click deploy and see if it works. All right. And just like that, we have deployed our project to Vercel. So let's go ahead and click here. And there we go. We have our domain, which in my case is netflix-deploy-tutorial.vercel.app. And let's try and log in. So new@mail.com 123321. And just like that, it's working. Great, great job. If you finish this entire project, I think this is going to be amazing for your portfolio. And props to watching this whole video. Thank you so much and see you in the next one.